Yeah, that's my shrine.
Yeah, pretty much. Next to my guitar.
Ah, that's the best, I think.
I'm running low, I have to go back and get some more.
Jättekava in. We have to replace the sweat with some other sweat. But what if his first time trying to ride a bike was like that? like that, or then being racist towards Asians.
Exactly.
Or no, Japanese people. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes.
But I think the championship is always like 10 minutes. Or more if they have more, but that's the minimum. That championship is division.
So and also like the second thing versus play today was very tough, right?
Tosi Kanjala. Saimaa on Saimaa in
Yeah, like fun.
but it basically was them using the bigger team in their decision to drop off their numbers. If you have the back, it is for down the water.
Yeah. Shower.
Yeah, well, you know, if you don't open the faucet all the way through, then it comes out like straight line, like 5 meters. So then it's not
And you actually run the sideline, right? And the flag is
I know, I see where you're going, but I appreciate it.
Can you get on a mobile?
The pitch is quite dry today, a little rough in spots. Should be the kind of day where a team is going to be rewarded for keeping possession. And it should be pretty easy to do. No nasty rain as we've seen in previous weeks. Tough day to kick. The wind looks like it's blowing in the direction that favors Jyväskylä. And here comes the kickoff. And here comes the kickoff. Cleanly taken. Nice gain for the first possession. Here comes the first phase. The ball's out relatively quickly. Back to the 8-man. Nice run. Stays up. Gets support. Breaks free. She needs to go to the ground. Oh, there's a penalty. That's either, holding on to the tackler, or the ball carrier. Tacklers have to release the ball player once they go to the ground. One knee on the ground counts. At that point, the tackler has to get out of the way so the team with the ball can move rapidly to the next phase of attack. So here's a penalty kick. The ball did not go straight out. We'll talk about how that works later. Yep, and that went out on the full, which means the ball comes back to where it was kicked. Offside's on the kick. That's even better for the Warriors. So a full penalty with the hand raised up like that is a bigger penalty, and you can choose to kick the ball to the sidelines. If it goes straight out, you get the ball where you kicked it. So you can advance 30, 40 meters that way. Warriors opted to run the ball. Oh, that's a knock on. You drop the ball and moves it forward. Turned over to Jyväskylä. No advantage there really gained by the other side, so we're going to have our first scrum today. Tony, how do scrums work?
16 people get involved and push against each other and no one knows what happens.
the dark mysteries of the scrum again. So the touch judge is commentating on our commentating. We'll not have that, sir.
Somebody please find a Stephen Thorne in Aussie Bar later for annoying the commentators.
Yeah, beatings will be handed out at the bar. Okay, so this is a push of war over the ball. It's helpful for everybody to bind together very tightly and get their body position as low as possible and push with everything they have. You want to push the other team over the ball. Warriors have a nice drive there. That makes it very difficult for the other side to get the ball out. They had a nice run to the weak side. Big hit, though. Big tackle by the Warriors. Ball comes out. This is the first phase for Jyväskylä. That's their first run. Short gain. They get the ball out relatively quickly and go weak. No real gain there. Maybe just a meter or two. Ball's not coming out quickly. The scrum half is away. That's called the pick and go. Just get a few meters at a time there. It's really hard work. Okay, the ball goes out to the backs. No gain there. They lost a few meters. Nice rucking by Jyväskylä. Oh, there's a breakaway. Good tackle by the fullback. Oh, there's a turnover. Warriors ball. Warriors back line gets set. Pack is getting organized. There's a quick pick and go there. Another pick and go by one of the pack members. Lily, number 7. She is a fierce and determined runner. Ball's out to the centers. Okay, ball's getting out wide. Okay, the ball went all the way out to the wing and then came back in. Nice game. It's a turnover, sadly. Oh, Jyväskylä is out of bounds, so they're pushed into touch. This will give us our first lineout. How would you explain a lineout, Tony?
Someone gets lifted, ball gets thrown up, and you have to hope that it comes on your side while it's going down the middle at the same time.
So this is essentially a jump ball to restart the game. It's a little bit breezy today. The rules require that you put the ball down the middle of the tunnel between the two lines so each side can compete for it. With this kind of breeze, it's difficult to do that. Did we get a call for not in straight? Some minor infraction in the lineout, hard for us to see from here. A scrum's been awarded to Wally.
Highly likely that was a line out not going straight. You get the option of retaking the line out or scrum.
Okay, nice scrum, ball out, ball's going wide. Passes are a little rocky. So that's a knock on, and it's going to be a scrum awarded to Jyväskylä. I should apologize in advance for my terrible American accent as I attempt to say Finnish words. Okay, scrum to green. Big push by the Warriors. The ball is out. Jyväskylä likes to run weak quite a bit. That's the third time they've done that off a set piece. So, another face. Oh, that looked like a knock-on. Oh, penalty. Offsides by Wally. So, they can kick the ball and just start a running play, tap the ball and throw it to another player, or they can kick for the sidelines and then they get the line out. So they're opting to kick for touch, the sideline, and it looks like they gained about 15 meters there. They're 15 meters out from the volley try line. This is the best position that either side has had today. While the defense has been pretty strong at this point, but they have not been able to run out of their own half, and they've spent most of the game thus far in their own side of the pitch.
And I have to say, like, this is a very strong mauling position. So if you've asked, they can take, or they take it down the blind side.
Oh, there's another knock-on, turnover. Let's see what Wally can do here. They're going to kick it away because they're deep in their own territory. Yulia with a nice kick. Well taken by the scrum half. Now she's tied up, so it's going to be harder for them to get the ball out. There's a whistle. Offsides on the kick. That's big trouble. Big tackle at the goal line. Held up. So in order to actually score a try, you have to get into the equivalent of an American football end zone, but actually touch the ball to the ground. It's not getting over the line, it's touching the ball down over the line. So the Warriors were able to hold the ball up and not allow the attacking player to touch the ball down.
Johannes is on the far side, you can call him and ask him.
I have no lights on this display.
Relax, man.
Do you still have power or are you running on battery?
Power.
Sure.
Yeah. No, there's no power. Yeah, you're right.
There's no electricity here either, so it might be the box.
Can you check and look for like a circuit breaker?
No, we're not going to go there. No. Fuses were up, so I don't know, I'll call the
What else are we going to do? Oh no, yeah, we have it now.
Okay, we're back after significant technical difficulties.
So the fuse in the extension cord had gone off.
Electricity being critical to broadcasting. Sorry about that. So it's now 7-0 visitors. Jyväskylä did get in. Here's a knock-on scrum to Warriors. Scrum looks nice and low. Who gets the bigger push? Okay, Warriors with a very nice push there. That's a nice clean scrum and a good view of it from here too. Ball's out to the backs. Oh, nice break, nice break. Oh. Okay, that was an excellent game. Oh, short loss on the weak side run. Warriors back up and reset. Here comes the ball again. Another crash play. Nope, out to the backs quickly. That's Bob to outside center. Nice run. Ball's out. Here we go. Run it up, run it up. The rucks are hotly contested. Jyväskylä is doing a nice job of really making it hard to get the ball out quick for the Warriors. Oh, not releasing? So, the general idea is the tackler has to release the runner, and the runner also has to release the ball. So there can be a fair contest between the two sides, between the next players that come into form the ruck. And if the runner is viewed as vulnerable by the ref, then the amount of time they get to physically hold on to the ball gets really short. If they're preventing the opportunity of a properly placed defender to steal the ball or jackal it, then the penalty comes very quick. If there's no one in a good position to jackal the ball, then you get a little more time to organize your next play and you can hold on to the ball a bit. It looks very inconsistent, but it's all about opportunity to compete for the ball. So how much time before a penalty is given for either rolling away or for holding on to the ball really has to do with the circumstances in that moment. So Jyväskylä ran in touch. Looks like Warriors throw in. Warriors have not been able to win all of their lineouts. Let's see if they can take this one down cleanly. And lost again, but there seems to be a penalty of some variety. Yep. Waving his hand like that says the ball got knocked forward. Looks like Wally is opting for the scrum instead of trying to line out again. Good call because they have more success with their scrums right now than their lineouts.
It actually seems like it's a Jyväskylä put in because Wally knocked it on when trying to retain it.
Yes, I sit corrected. Okay, so who's by Ida, the inside center? Oh, who picked that ball up? Can't tell. Looks like Wally picked the ball up. Very good. Bounced off a retreating player who was trying to get onside. Play on, no big deal. Ball's out. There's our crash play to the number 8. She's a very dynamic runner. Ball out again. Oh, that was interference. Is this going to be an advantage? Looks like advantage is called. Accidental interference, but still a penalty's coming. Now, if Wally can advance the ball and make good gains, then it's just play on. Here's the ball out. Oh, the crash play inside to the big player. Oh, high tackle. That's a big penalty. It is a major no-no to tackle anyone above the armpits. So that looked like what we would call a seatbelt tackle, with the arm kind of draped around the shoulders, around the neck. As high tackles go, that was not terribly severe, but to protect player safety, the refs really are very strict about high tackles. Okay, big ruck there. Oh, it looks like that might be a turnover. Penalty for, I imagine, not releasing. Oh, they decided to tap through and go quick. I'm not sure they tapped through the mark, but apparently the ref is. Ball's out again. Here comes another quick attack. She got about 6 yards there. Attacking line set up again. Yeah, that was a big, long, high pass, but a strong run. You want to catch that ball in full stride. You don't want to have to reach behind you or jump up in the air to catch a ball. I'm assuming that's not releasing. Another penalty with Vaskala. They're going to kick for touch, and they'll win the line out if the ball goes straight out of bounds. Okay, so this is going to be a throw-in to Vaskala, just in...
You guys got to draw less power.
Gotta make less.
So turn the crossbar off. Not as false.
Oh, at least it's like, you understand now.
And we're back. We seem to have an issue with the circuit breaker that's not easy to resolve. So we'll try and rewire some of the power for other stuff so we can stay a little more consistent in being on air. So as you've seen, Wally was kind of in jail but won the ball on the line out and has been able to grind their way back up the pitch. Wally put in for a scrum because of a Jyväskylä knockout. Ball's in. Ball's not coming out too cleanly. Oh, ball's lost. Jyväskylä gets it, runs weak side. They're attacking weak side all day here. Ball's out, crash play to one of the forwards. Ball's out again, looks like it goes to the backs. Oh, dangerous passes, but she breaks the tackle to get through. Warriors need to make firm tackles, come up hard. Looks like we have a penalty advantage again. Not sure for what, probably offsides there. Okay, hard to say for sure, but it looked like an offsides. Jyväskylä wanted to restart quickly, but they didn't quite execute it properly, so they just had a do-over. They're going to call a play. I'd imagine it's a crash play to one of their props. Sure looks like it. There we go. Excellent tackle. Another play to a back. I'm sorry, a pack member out of the center. Looks like we're 5 meters out. Can expect a few crash plays here. Oh, ball came out. Looks like no knock on. Oh, and they're across the line. Oh, not quite across the line, sorry. They're right down on the goal line. Should see a pick and go. We've got an injured Warrior. Somewhere there was a turnover. Yep, that went backwards. It's hard to keep up with this. The pace of play is frantic. Did Wally turn that over? It looks like they did. It's a nice chance to get a kick and get out of jail. A short run up to set up to buy some room for... Yep, there's the kick from Ida. Well, that looks like it went out relatively quickly, so a short gain on the line.
We also have 2 injured Wally players down on the try line, but it's very difficult to kick out from this area as the wind is against Wally in this half, and it is a real kicking day. But against the wind, it's going to be really difficult to get some gain out of anything.
It's hard for me to think in terms of meters per second, but it's pretty breezy here. I think these gusts probably go up to 6 meters per second. It's easily 15 miles an hour in the gusts, easily. That's a lot of wind. Okay, so it looks like we're having a water break, and I think I saw Wally being pretty consistent about that. This time they actually do a lift, take it down cleanly, ball's out. That's going to be a knock. So scrum to Wally, that's going to relieve some pressure. Now if they can win the scrum cleanly, there's plenty of room to run to the backs on the left side. If they can keep the passes clean, they should have a nice chance to get a good gain and set up a couple phases and grind and march their way out of their own half. I think the wind has helped field position for Jyväskylä quite a bit. They're also running strong. Opted for another kick. Oh, that's not taken cleanly. Here comes the counterattack. Oh, get low in the tackle. Need to get low in the tackle to stop those runners. Nice counterattack. She got about 12, 15 meters there. Jyväskylä ball. Whistle. That's a penalty against Wally, so not sure what that's for. Could be not releasing, could be not rolling away. Looks like they're going to do the crash play again to one of the props. Yep, that's going to be their bread and butter. Need a lower tackle. Ball's out again. Low tackle, but stood the player up. Okay, penalty and a quick tap by the Warriors. Gain 10 meters. The ball's bouncing around a little bit. Wally still has the ball. Passes are a little wild coming out of the scrum. We need to settle that down a little bit. Looks like that went to touch. There's going to be a penalty. Some information coming in. Looks like from the side judge for where the mark was. So no advantage. Still penalty to Wally. Field with the wind like this, it'd be very difficult to gain any meters kicking a touch, so it's not surprising that they're just going to run the ball right up. It's a nice run. Need to clear that ruck though. There's a quick pick and go to save the Jackal. This looks like a nice wedge play. Quick pick and go. A few meters, they're calling down, down, down to set the next phase. There's another. Oh, nice run through by Lily. Nice run. She was looking for support on the outside, but she got wrapped up just in time. Vilma Lamy was waiting for that ball to make a breakaway. She's dangerous on the wing. She just needs a little space. Okay, nice game, but pushed back a little bit in this phase. There's another crash play. Makes the gain line. Looks like the Wally fly half is taking some shots today, as is the number 3. Nice series of phases here, but Uvascola is really making life hard on Wally to maintain possession of the ball. We've got a whistle for something in there. Scrum, Uvascola. So I'm assuming that's a knock-on. Wally's done well to keep the score where it is and to grind their way into the opposition half at this point. So now they need to hold Uvascola here on their side of the pitch, not let them make bigger gains, and turn that ball over and see if they can't even up the score in this half. Oh, nice offload. Turned into a knock, then another knock, so that should be scrum to Wally. When Uvascola unloads the ball, they're typically getting a clean handoff in another 7 or 10 meters. Looks like time off for an injury. Hard to say what happened there, but these collisions are not for the faint of heart in rugby.
And also because the middle of the field is very compacted sand right now, any collision right there is just going to hurt a lot more than if you take it on the sidelines.
Yeah, Tony makes an interesting point. Soft grass doesn't hurt as much. Hard packs, dried up dirt and sand. It's the difference between something that's a little spongy and absorbs some of the impact, and something hard that delivers all that impact back to you. And if you put your arm down awkwardly, you can mess up your shoulder. If your head goes into the ground and snaps down in the grass, that's one thing. And then the hard pack, it's something completely different. pitch here is in pretty good shape, but it's definitely a little bald in spots in the middle from the last several weeks of games.
Yeah, we also share this field with the American football here, so the field just gets absolutely torn up. So the middle of the field is pretty barren, and it's definitely going to hurt a lot more than if you take it on the sidelines.
Okay, so we've sorted out the injuries. They look like they were relatively minor. We might have a blood substitution. It's hard to see from here, but there's a Jyväskylä player who's receiving some attention from a teammate. If you do get cut, you can't have a bleeding wound and be on the pitch. So you have to leave the field. You can come back if you get it sorted out. She's taken her jersey off, so she might be done for the day. It looks like she's either got a cut on her head or maybe she took a knock to the head and should just, out of an abundance of caution, stay out of the game. Have to be very thoughtful about head injuries in this game. Okay, the ball's out, but there's a whistle for some reason. Penalty, I'm assuming that's offsides. Sometimes a scrum half can get a little over anxious and cross the line of scrimmage in their attempts to defend and follow up. Did he signal the wrong way, or did he initially? Yeah. So he originally signaled that it was a Wally penalty, but it now looks like hands in the ruck. Penalty to Jyväskylä. Okay, that's a kick to touch where they gained 8 or 10 meters, hard to say. The ball went straight out on the fly, so that means it's a Jyväskylä line out. The breeze is really quite stiff over here. It might be a little calmer on that sideline because of all the trees. So let's see if they do a jump ball this time. Yep, they're going to jump. That was a contestable ball, and you're not supposed to let someone get 15, 20 meters on a line out. Excellent run by Jyväskylä. Big trouble again for Wally on defense.
And it's not oftentimes you see the actual jumper make all that distance, but it's a great run. Wally's defense just wasn't ready for it, and an easy 20-meter gain there from Jyväskylä. And now they have the ball about 10 out, and they're working their way down the middle. It looks like it's a turnover, Wally. So Wally are likely gonna just kick it out. Maybe one more phase. Yeah, as you can see, Julian is getting back into the pocket a bit.
Warriors have two strong kickers. One was in that tackle and the other was on defense, but now Yulia's got the ball. Nice kick. Straight to the opposing fullback. She gets a few meters and gets wrapped up. Yep, just at the 22 meters, so some pressure relief by Wally. Not a clean ball, as you can see. Looked like there was a knock on there. Up backwards. Part of our equipment makes it a little difficult to see where we're sitting. Another good phase, out to the backs. Ooh, a wild pass, but it worked. Lost a little yardage, but they're maintaining possession. Oh, there's a great steal. Ida with the ball and a little help outside. Ida with the breakaway. She's got help. Oh, ball to the outside to Julia. This could go. This could go. Excellent try. Excellent counterattack.
It's just so difficult to defend against the counter-attack, especially when you're just outnumbered out wide. And that's what happened there. Jyväskylä were getting back. They probably would have made the tackle, but it was just the one support player that made the huge difference there.
So rugby, I think much more so than many other games, it's a team sport. Individual effort makes a huge difference, of course. But with 15 players on a field of this size, it's not often that one player can beat enough people to score truly on their own. Help arrived for Jyväskylä towards the end of that run, and Ida was inside center was kind of running out of space and kind of running out of options after making a brilliant run and gaining close to 40, 50 meters. Without help on the outside supporting her, without someone to give the ball to, that's not a try. So you really have to follow and support your teammates to make those big gains turn into points on the board. So Yulia looks like she missed the extra point attempt, so now it's 5-7. Scoring in conditions like this, with this much wind in your face, is a big, big victory. Second half, the wind will be in the favor of Wally, so if they can keep the game close here, they'll have a big advantage in the second half. So far, so good.
And yeah, that kick was definitely on target, just the wind itself just probably kept it out from going in a bit. So in the second half, kicks like that, especially from the 22 area, will definitely be very kickable.
And here's the restart. Nice high kick. Well taken by the scrum half. Dished off to the wing forward. Here comes a nice phase. Yep, crash ball. There you go, nice run. Excellent rucking, cleared the ball. Oh, penalty. We'll take that. Right in the middle of the field. I think they're gonna. I think they should do a running play from here. It's just too hard to reach touch from the middle of the field. Yep. Oh, big strong run. 2 meter made after the initial collision. So like yards after contact are hard fought. Okay, another quick pick and go. Ball's out. Here's a tactical kick. Oh, that's an interesting play. I like that. Ball takes a funny bounce. Let's see what happens on the counterattack. Excellent tackle. Good offload, though. Another good tackle there. Ball's loose. Excellent jackal. Oh, what? That's so frustrating. After a couple of good tackles and some nice defense and what looked like a nice turnover, we got called for not releasing the ball quick enough, or releasing the ball carrier quick enough. Looks like we might be at half. They just kicked for touch. Okay, so halftime, 5-7, hard-fought game. Couple big breakaways here and there. Challenging conditions with the wind on a beautiful sunny day. We'll be back with the second half in 15 minutes or so.
don't want to hit him.
What do you mean? So,
Any kind of a strap or a wire that I can just use to tie down the corner of the tent. So it's it might blow. Just anything. Yeah, I won't like, make a tight knot or tie anything. That'll work. You don't need a plastic bag. That'll work. Thank you, brother.
Wait, who did you ask?
Well, Johannes' car's locked, but he's got it.
Yeah, but he's getting ready. We might need to just hold on to it until he gets back.
That won't be the end of the world.
Well, what we could do is we could move the microphone up a level and just sit beside it.
That would actually help us see a little better.
Yeah, exactly.
Got these speakers there.
Yeah, so, yeah, let's just move the microphone. It's the glasses, yeah. I wore them for the first time in like a month or so. I've gained a brain cell.
Well, you'll be killing that fast enough.
Okay, and it looks like we're back. Ready to start the second half momentarily. So Wally to kick off and Jyväskylä to receive. Jyväskylä now has the wind in their face. They're going to have the disadvantage there in the second half. The ref checks with each side to see that they're ready to go. Big John is in the house. Saturday's a rugby day. And here's the kick. Looks like that's not 10 meters. The kick's retired to go 10 meters. So it'll be the option for scrum in the middle. Goes to Jyväskylä. So a scrum, literally center field, left to right, provides a lot of options to run the ball to either side. It'll be interesting to see how Jyväskylä lines up. They've been running weak all day when there wasn't a lot of space. So what Wally's going to do is each person is going to mark their opposite number, and the Wally wing forwards are going to have to keep their heads up to see which way they go so they can support the back line whichever side they go. I'd look for an 8-man pickup here if it's a clean ball. Off to the right-hand side. That's a nice gain of about 15 meters.
There was just a very good drawn pass there from the Jyväskylä 9, which helped gain an extra 5 there. Yeah, Jyväskylä love running down the blind side, which is very helpful to their game. It can, when you run down blind side, there's high chances that the defense are just not ready there fully. It's kind of the least protected area, which is why it's called the blind side, but this great run by Jyväskylä, straight up into the 22. Wally are scrambling back now to defend. Good gather, made it difficult, but she kept hold on it.
Yeah, Jyväskylä is being effective in their crash ball and being effective in getting long runs and finding small holes. Oh, she is in. A quick little sidestep and one, bad luck tackle can get you through when you're deep in enemy territory.
As a 9, it's very, you have to see gaps that don't appear, and that was just a gap that showed itself for a split second, and Jyväskylä get a try, and a very kickable try as well.
Yeah, the amount of space that you need to slip through can really be a matter of, half a meter, sometimes less than that. If you don't have a opposition player, if you don't have a defender like squarely right in front of you, then you have a great opportunity to just run through an outstretched arm, through an arm tackle. And a determined runner who's quick and can make that decision quickly can find a lot of opportunities. And the deeper the attack goes, the harder it is for the defense to recover. That looked like that went wide.
Yeah, it just looked like the charge down was a good enough charge down to distract the kicker. You're allowed to charge down the kick once the kicker starts making a forward motion for the kick. So the short kick distance and the charge down was enough to distract the kicker to pull it a little bit to the right.
Okay, so we now have 12-5. Jyväskylä got on the board early in the second half, and Wally needs to now build their own momentum and play their own game, keep the ball, keep the other side on pressure, and run right at it. And here's the kick from the inside center, Ida. Nice high kick this time. Well taken by, looks like the 8-man. Ball's out pretty quick. Crash ball to one of the forwards. Oh, lost forward. There's a nice turnover. Right now it's advantage Wally. They keep the ball. Advantage will be over. We're just going to play on here. Crash play to the second row player. Ball's out quickly. Oh, unlucky. So that was a no whistle. Yeah, that was a knock on, and everyone stopped playing. They were expecting the ref to blow the whistle. The Jyväskylä players were yelling, play on, because there hadn't been a whistle. And then, of course, there was one. So now we have a scrum, put in green. Actually,
it comes back to the original knock on that. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. I expected, because it was brought back there, it was being brought back for the original knock-on where Jyväskylä lost the ball forward.
So Tony makes an interesting point. If one team...
Oh, no, it is Wally put in.
Oh, he played the advantage for a long time. So one side does a knock-on, but the other side has the ball and is advancing it. For a certain amount of time, you have the advantage, and if you make a mistake, you go back to the original infraction. If too much time goes by, the advantage is expired. Looked like to me that the advantage had expired because it was a long time. Penalty advantages, because they're bigger problems, are long, and minor infractions like a knock-on advantages are usually quite a bit shorter. That's a penalty for sure, diving over the ball. You have to stay on your feet when you ruck in support of a tackled player, and it looks like that didn't happen, so let's see if they're going to run their crash play. They're in the middle of the field. I think they will run the crash. They could kick for touch, but they'd probably only make 10 or 12 yards. Yep, that's the crash play. Ball out, looks like they're going to run weak. Oh, that's a big breakaway. One-on-one tackle for Julia. That's difficult to do. And looks like she's through to try in the corner. Excellent run by Jyväskylä.
Yeah, it's very difficult when it's one-on-one and you have a player charging towards you and you're standing still. It's very difficult to get that tackle off because all the momentum is with the attacker in that scenario, and just one half step to the side can just take the defender completely out, and that's exactly what happened there.
I would say that that's about as difficult to defend as a penalty shot in hockey or a penalty kick in proper football / soccer. It's just really hard to do. If you think about open field one-on-one tackles in, say, the NFL, the best players in the world at that game have less than a 50% success rate. It's just really difficult. Okay, looks like that went wide as well. So time for Wally to regather.
It's very difficult to kick against the wind, especially when you're expecting wind to be there, and if there's no wind gust and you kick expecting there to be a wind gust, you're gonna just pull it wide. So it's a very difficult thing to get right.
The other thing is, in rugby, you may have noticed the extra point is not in the middle of the goalpost. The extra point comes on a line straight away from the goal line from where the ball got touched down. So if you score a try in the corner, you have a much more difficult angle. Nice kickoff, nice and deep, well taken. One pass, nice crash. Again, another offload and a gain. Tough run. Lots of yardage, back to the 50. Excellent counter ruck. It looks like a penalty advantage for something in all of that. It's hard to see. Coach on the sidelines at Jyväskylä is yelling penalty, penalty, so they know they have an advantage. They're going to kick the ball to see if they can make something big happen. So when you have a penalty advantage, you can take a chance because worst case, you just come back to the penalty. So Jyväskylä kicked the ball down, hoping that they could get like a nice bounce and pick up that ball and run it in, potentially score. It's a low percentage but zero risk tactical decision. So worst case, it's line out for Jyväskylä way upfield. So even though they weren't very likely to get a score or a huge gain there, they still opted for the kick, which makes sense. Oh, that was a little sloppy, but it went backwards. Nice handoff. Good tackle. Wally defense is doing a good job of getting in place. Their tackles are not quite what they need to be in defense, but Wally is getting where they need to be. They just need to firm up their tackles. That was a good tackle. Oh, nice counter ruck. There's a Frenchman in my way. I'll not have it. Okay, little sloppy here, but they're maintaining possession. Uvascula is getting marched back. Here's a crash play, not much of a gain there. Uvascula is doing a great job of protecting the ball and maintaining phases. Defense comes up hard this time. Oh, and Tony will be mentioning our sponsors again and again momentarily. Ball goes out wide, but it's a bit of a bad pass, so that slowed down the attack. Oh, excellent steal. Unfortunately, we have a penalty from sometime last year that we're coming back for. I did not see where that penalty was in all the display. But it looks like we're coming back for a previous penalty. The ref had been playing advantage.
Also, someone make sure to find Pierre Albin Waters at Alcibar later on this evening for annoying the commentators. That's the second strike today.
Oh, and 3 strikes he's out if he does that fancy sidestep hoppy move on the pitch today. Okay, nice handoff and a nice drive here. Uvascula just made 15 meters. They're about 5 meters out from the try line, threatening to score again. Big drive here. Wally defense is holding her up and pushing her back. The ball's available. Have to go to the back lines. If they go right, they're going to crash left. Oh, there was that elbow in that tackle. I'd like to see that one on video. Okay, so try awarded.
Yeah, we don't have the graces of the TMO here, so even if there was the elbow there, we can't, like, the referee decided it was a try, so try stands. So
it's, of course, very difficult from 30 meters away to see exactly what happened. What I was referring to was the Uvascula runner was like kind of facing sideways, 90 degrees to the try line, and was working hard to continue to gain. So I don't think it was anything intentional, but it looked like she elbowed a tackler in the head. I would say, based on what I saw, that would be inadvertent if that's in fact what happened. But if somebody saw that, inadvertent or not, you can't fend off another player in that manner. Whether that made a material impact on the fact that there was a try or not, you just can't fend off players in those kind of ways, even by accident. So who knows? We'll see what happens. We'll see what we see on the video.
But yeah, this second half, Uvascula have definitely started taking their chances more. The first half, Wally were able to hold out in defence, but second half, Uvascula are just tearing through the defence at the moment. They're more clinical in attack, and especially when they get close, it looks like they're impossible to stop. But that kick out went fully over everyone. Great kick out. With a gust of wind right behind you, like, it can make these kicks very difficult to judge on receiving, because the little bit of wind behind it can just take it about an extra meter or two.
So, having watched the last several games for Wally, I can see that their ability to retain the ball has improved quite a bit week over week. Conditions have had a lot to do with that, but they need to continue that improvement and just possess the ball a lot more. They need to win these lineouts and not turn them over and give the other side an opportunity. They need to pass cleanly and maintain possession, and they do need to avoid some of these penalties. All these things are providing possession and opportunity for Uvascula, and they're really strong runners who are hard to tackle, so they're taking great advantage of the opportunities that are presented to them. So here's a kick for touch. It goes straight out, and it looks like they gained about 15 meters or so. It will be a line out to Uvascula.
But yeah, this is only the first game of the day, as we have the men's team playing. The men are currently warming up on the side. But oh, this is a good line-out. It's just missed everyone and a knock-on volley. But as the scrum sets, just remember, after this, go and have some food at the Lazy Fox. It's one of our main sponsors. Good food, English breakfast, for example, pancakes, meat pies, everything like that. And I know pies can be dry sometimes, so go wash it down with a few bevies down in the Aussie bar.
I think it's fair to say that it's one of the few proper and respectable pints of Guinness available in the fine city of Helsinki.
I can fully confirm this. It's probably the only good Guinness I've had in this whole city.
Yeah, that's from an Irish guy who knows a little bit about drinking. Okay, free kick to Wally for an infraction at the scrum. If they kick the ball out on the fly, it goes to the other side. So this is going to be a tap and go.
The main differences you have with a free kick and a penalty is kind of like how in football you have indirect and direct free kicks or penalties. You can only score off direct free kicks. You can't score off an indirect free kick. And the free kick is more like an indirect penalty for us. So, oh, this is a good one. Oh, the ball's out wide. Good hands to keep the extra 2 meters going. Wally now have a good chance to attack. As Jyväskylä's defence is quite narrow, but now they're starting to get people out wide. There's a few gaps opening up in the Jyväskylä defence. And this is something that Wally does very well. They force teams to commit 2 or 3 players into a tackle. Oh, this is a great gap pick by Lily. Lily made about 5-10 meters there by herself, and then she got the offload. Ball still in play. They're probably going to come down the right side. Crash run that went backwards, but no loss there. So Wally can just go forward again. Maybe 1 meter made there.
This has been a great sustained drive at this point. Just need to maintain possession and keep working, stay away from the sidelines. Oh, nice offload. Excellent offload. Lily is running hard today. Whistle, not sure what the penalty is going to be. It looks like it's in favor of Wally.
Yeah, it looks like there was an offside advantage there, but there's a great offload on the side. We've got a player down at the moment. But yeah, there's a great offload on the side to make the extra couple of meters, but also Jyväskylä were equally up to it with a great rip tackle. So as the player was going down, just ripped the ball from the tackle, and Jyväskylä, if there was no penalty advantage, could have easily had a very good attacking position from there because all the Warriors were caught up in the rucking area. Yeah, it's a Warriors player that was down, but we're trying to figure out who it is. But it looks like a knee. I'm trying to... Is that Lily? I think? Oh yeah, I can't really see from here. Even though I have my glasses on, the distance is a bit too far. This is good pod play by Warriors off the penalty kick. Made a really good 10 meters there. And the forwards are running very strong, which is what you need when you're playing crash play like this. Forwards running strong. The support from Warriors as well. Oh, this great ball out wide. Oh, great line picked. The offload just wasn't there, and now Jyväskylä have the ball. Sometimes offloads, especially when you've broken the line, there is no offside off it, so the opposition player can easily just pick them off. And that looks like the Warriors have regathered it. And there's a penalty to Jyväskylä probably for playing the ball on the ground. So you're not allowed to play the ball while you're grounded. So
okay, it looks like they're going to kick for touch. They're off to the sideline there. Nope, they're going to run it. They just want to play smash ball. Okay, ball's out again. There's another strong run for a few meters. Ball's out again quickly. Oh, not handled very cleanly. She's going to get munched. Bit of a knock on there.
Yeah, it was very 50-50 whether that went forward or just straight down, but the referee deemed it forward, so we're going to have a Wally input to the scrum. As now the Warriors men are making their way down to the field. They'll play straight after this game. So stick around to watch that.
Okay, so now we have a scrum pretty much right in the middle of the field, just slightly on the Wally side of the pitch. So it's a great opportunity to run either left or right. If the scrum is nice and stable and Wally wins it cleanly, they could opt to have the 8-man pick the ball up and run to either one side or another to try and create an instant extra player on one side.
But we currently now have an injury break as we have a Wally player down on the sideline here. It looks like an ankle is getting taped up, and it's a great time to have a bit of a water break. You have 1 minute water breaks when the heat is up. It's currently about 25 degrees or something like that, so you do really need it. It's very tough conditions to play in.
Yeah, it's quite breezy and cool in the shade, but the sun is punishing today.
And based on last week's games, it was very killer to play in such conditions, and today your only saving grace is it's a little bit windier, so it gives you a bit of a cooling down. But when it's very sunny like this and you're running, your body heat goes up, you're sweating and everything, you can't sustain it for long, so you do need these water breaks to help keep going.
And she's back.
Back in the day we had the magic sponge, you could cure a broken leg, so maybe this is what's happened here.
Yeah, that's a bit of an inside rugby joke. Where I come from, we just say rub some dirt in it. Your arm might have fallen off, and it'd be like rub some dirt in it, you can just play. Tony's version of that is just a wet sponge that apparently had the expectation of fixing anything. So you had your wet sponge, get on with it, play ball. As I like to say, rugby's not for everyone.
Well, back in my early days of playing, it was either you got taken off in an ambulance or the magic sponge fixed you. There was no in between ever. So
common for rugby in many parts of the world, I'm sure. Okay, so there was some sort of a technical infraction at the scrum, so now it's free kick to Jyväskylä. That can be a binding infraction, that can be someone pushing too soon.
yeah, usually free kicks given on the scrum is for an early engage, and an early engage has to be called because it is a very dangerous play when your team isn't ready to take the contact. Oh, this is a great run by Jyväskylä. Ball's out now. They take the ball a bit forward, and they just make it back to the gain line. So Jyväskylä have made no ground here. Wally holding strong. This is good. Everyone up on the side, and Jyväskylä are now pushed back a meter or two. When the fence comes up quickly, it's very difficult to do anything, but it also leaves gaps like this, and Jyväskylä have been brought into touch now inside the Warriors 22, but Warrior have the input to the line out. So more than likely what will happen here is if Warriors win the line out, they'll boot it up the field, especially with the wind on their side.
Yeah, so when you're deep in your own territory, securing the ball from a line out is really important. There's a couple of kickers for Wally who really have big, what we call a big boot. They can kick quite far. So a clean line out here should allow a long kick, hopefully straight out of touch, that will release some pressure. Lineouts are not going well for Wally today. It's been the source of numerous turnovers. So now there's a lot of runners out wide. Wally's defense is stretching. Need to make a clean tackle here. Okay, that'll do.
I think it's always a big issue with lineouts when it's windy. When you throw the ball straight down the middle and a little gust of wind takes it, it can easily take it to the opposition side. Wally have a turnover here and a penalty. Well, not a penalty to Jyväskylä. be interesting to see what the call is. We have a bit of a obstruction of view here, so it's difficult to say what it is. But this is a very kickable penalty with a Jyväskylä player down. This is very kickable, like Jyväskylä have a 19-point lead. Oh, he's put it to a... Is that a Warriors penalty? Yes, it seems to be a Warriors penalty, okay. So yeah, this is good then for Warriors to clear their lines. More than likely, they're going to run it out and get up to the 22, hopefully. And that's what Warriors do very well. They have to commit 2 or 3 players, and now it's coming out wide. And this is a good breakaway. Up until the 10-meter line, and a good offload to Lily. Now here comes Ida. Very good offload up to about halfway. This is very good from Wally. They made a lot of yardage out of nothing, so this is very good. Up to halfway line now. And it looks like a lot of pod plays coming. Oh, Ida kicks it up. If she can get, this could be a 50-22. This is a 50-22. The ball came from the Warriors half, and the line out will be given to Warriors input, but the referee is walking backwards, so. So the referee's given a penalty, even though. So yeah, the penalty was given. Warriors did win a 50-22 there, but the referee deemed the penalty to be more important here. So Warriors are going to run. Then the chances are Warriors may have been just slightly over the halfway line, so the 50-22 was off. Or if they dragged the ball into the half, if the ruck was in the opposition half and they put the ball into the half themselves, then the 50-22 is called off. So that's probably what the referee saw.
So the Warriors just had a great series of phases where they were finding the little gaps and they were offloading the ball cleanly. And they went from 15 meters with their backs to their own try line through to halfway. So clean passes and maintaining possession is really the trick to the game. Now we probably have about 20 minutes left in this game. The Warriors are trailing a fair bit. What I think we'd like to see here in the booth is a little more control of the ball. Everybody's getting tired out there. There's going to be more holes. There should be some opportunity to mount a bit of a comeback here if the Warriors can just keep possession of the ball.
Yeah, if Warriors can get the ball out wide, then there's a big advantage because Jyväskylä are playing very narrow. So bringing the ball out wide, oh, that's a great tackle, but yeah, bringing the ball out wide, good jackal and actually a steal. Great defense, Lily again. And now the ball's going to go down the blind side. Jyväskylä have overloaded the blind side, but this could be a good, knock on. But yeah, when the blind side is overloaded like that, getting 1 or 2 phases out to the blind is a very good advantage to you because they have a lot of defense. Oh, that's a great run by Jyväskylä, knocking down the Wally defender. And now just made it up to the gain line. Jyväskylä can easily put, is this a penalty to Wally? It'd be interesting to see the call. It looked like it was a holding on. Yeah, holding on to the ball on the ground. So yeah, Wally are going to run it again. As you can see, their Jyväskylä defense is very narrow. So getting the ball out wide is definitely a big advantage here for Wally if they can. Oh, great gap spot by Ida. She needs support. She's got help inside, but now we're up to about in between the 10 meter and the 22. So Wally have been able to spot a few gaps here, and they're definitely opening up. Everyone's getting tired, so gaps are about to appear. And knock on. Yeah, but yeah, the gaps are starting to appear, so we could get a decent amount of runs, but that was a really great run from about the halfway up to the 22, and good support as well. Just at the end, just a little maybe fatigue as well can just make it a bit difficult, especially with the heat and everything. It can make it very difficult to gather the ball.
So those last few phases was the Warriors doing what they like to do on the pitch. A lot of support, a couple short offloads, get the ball out a little wider, a couple nice gains, protect the ball, run, hit, ruck, run, hit, ruck. Now they're on defense again. That looked like that was an 8-man pickup. Kind of sloppy ball. Here's a low kick. Yuli is back for it. Let's see how the ball sets up. Clean take by Yulia. So no real territory game, but a turnover there. That kick didn't actually work very well for you, Vaskala.
But at this stage in the game, Jyväskylä are just going to probably try and run down the clock a little bit. I think they have the 4 tries, so bonus point is secured. Then it will just be about injury management, and they'll be hoping that's a very big hit. But yeah, Jyväskylä will be hoping not to pick up any injuries that could make it difficult for them in future games. Lily hitting a very hard line there, and a good offload as well. So that's about 2 or 3 meters gained. And another ball out Lily now, and here we go. Good support runner. Oh. Yeah, so because there was a bit of a diagonal run, Jyväskylä were able to come up and meet the tackle. Oh, here we go. Oh.
Good support. Ball's out.
Ball's out. And as you can see, Jyväskylä are committing about 4 or 5 people very close to the ruck, which means that out wide, Wally are going to have a lot of space. Oh, that's a great line picked. And Ilona has the ball now and into the ruck. There's a bit of confusion there, but Wally still have the ball and it's still being played.
Yeah, if you don't hear the whistle, you have to keep playing, even though something looks, like an egregious offsides. Okay, Wally's still driving over the ball. These are the hard-fought meters. Grind, grind, grind. Okay, another big hit and a tackle. Wally secures the ball, and ball's going to go wide. Ida cuts back up, makes a okay pass. Oh, great offload to the fullback. She's a dangerous runner. Support is there. Now, somebody came in a mile off sides in green and yellow, but if it didn't really impact the play, it usually doesn't get called. Okay, there's a nice crash ball.
Yeah, it looks like the linesman did call for something on the side there, and now it looks like a penalty will be given. It'd be interesting to see what side it came from. We also have a Wally player down. It looks like, is that Julian that's on the ground? Or 11, Phil Malami is down on the ground.
The cold spray.
The magic cold spray. Her knee's going to be fixed in no time. But yeah, it's a penalty to Jyväskylä. It looks like maybe it was coming in a bit from the side in the ruck, but because you have to come in direct to the ruck from the back, so if you come in from the side, the referees can ping it. It looked like the main official missed it, but that's why there's a sideline ref as well. He picked it up and told the ref.
Yeah, we could see a opposing player come in from the side, but that must have happened after the initial penalty. Okay, so that was a short kick. A little bit of a break in the wind right now. It looks like the wind's settling down. Feels a lot hotter without the wind blowing. Line out to Jyväskylä, and they've been pretty successful with these lineouts. This would be a great moment for Wally to steal.
Yeah, it's also getting a bit hotter because we can feel the heat of the barbecue here. That's at the Warriors Cafe. Anyone in the crowd, please go down to the Warriors Cafe.
So as you can imagine, Tony and I have spent a long time in our various different places around rugby. And we're still both scratching our heads a little bit at some of the signals from the ref. Now it's obvious that it's a scrum. Now it's obvious that it's a Wally put in, but we weren't really sure what he was signaling there for a minute.
In all my years playing with the position I play, I don't need to know the rules or anything. So I've never actually learned, oh, this is a great turnover by Jyväskylä. It's just a very strong scrum. And now they're going to get the ball. There's a gap opened up in the middle. Maybe that step inside was a bit too long. And there's also a steal by Lily. And the referee has called for a penalty to Wally. His back is to us, so I didn't see the signal he called for. It looks like holding on with the ball on the ground, which you're not meant to do. You're supposed to try and release the ball as quickly as you can. So Warriors are going to run it. Oh, great steal from Jyväskylä. Warriors will be hoping at this stage time a little against them, but maybe if they get 2 tries, for example, they can get a losing bonus point, which will be very helpful. But at the moment, it doesn't look like Jyväskylä are just holding strong here, and they're making ground as well.
Well, that's a forward pass. That's a forward pass for sure.
Yeah, as we've only got 2 official refs, the sideline ref was in the wrong position to see it, and the referee was coming to a bad angle. If we had a 3rd ref, he would have noticed it, but anyway, Warriors come out with ball. Julian is on the sideline. She did very well to stay in touch, or stay in play there. And now they're running it in.
Nice crash ball, good support. Jyväskylä is hitting those rucks and making the Warriors work to possess that ball. Their work rate is really quite impressive.
The one thing that helped Warriors in the victory against Tampere 2 weeks ago was they didn't have to commit that many players into the ruck, whereas today Jyväskylä are forcing them to commit players into the ruck, which means they don't have a lot of players to go out wide.
Very smart.
Ida's been having some really great runs here, and that was just another one delayed to let her players get back into position, as we have the wind coming back as well, so this is going to make it interesting. This ball's coming out. Oh, Lily's picked a good line, and she's brought it back inside. She's through up to about the 22. She tries to offload to Julian, but gets dropped forward, and now Jyväskylä have the ball on attack again.
Big stiff arm by the Jyväskylä runner. I can't see what her number is, just the one who just placed the ball. Jyväskylä runs hard. Okay, that ball goes out. It's going to be line out Wally.
We also have a Wally player. Is it Wally or Juvel? There's a very big clash of kits here, so it is making it very difficult when you can't see fully with like the full kit. So I'm not sure what player is down. Oh, it's so yeah, it's a Jyväskylä player that's down. Okay.
Yeah, everybody has some black, and everybody has quite a bit of yellow. So it's either you can see more black and a little green, or you can't. Warriors in black and gold, and Jyväskylä in green and gold. Excellent line out there, cleanly taken by Lily. Big hit at the ruck. That'll teach you to stand up at a ruck. Hit like that. Woo! Ball's out.
Yeah, it looked like Lily went
Ida's
to
away.
10 and Ida's away. Ida has a one-on-one run here, and she cuts inside, and just support tackler gets there. One of the Warriors' ruck supporters just got tripped from a player that was on the ground, which is completely accidental, but Warriors still have the ball out wide. They went, and there's a penalty advantage. Warriors decided to attack the blind side, but now they come back to the open side. A good offload by Lily. Oh, and then there's a break up to the 22. And Warriors are down, still penalty advantage. The referee called no hands in the ruck. This is a good run up to the 22. Warriors will be hoping to get a good one. There's an overlap out wide, but here we go. Ida has the ball out wide, and she could just get the one more pass. It did go backwards. No. The referee deemed that it did go forwards, even though the original pass might have gone backwards, but just bobbled forward. So it's a bit unfortunate there, but Wally's proving that they still, if they can get the ball out wide, they'll make some good runs. There was 2 breaks, and Jyväskylä weren't ready to see how dangerous it is when you give Ida some space running down the middle. She ran down the middle, made a lot of yardage. The ball went out wide, and there was more breaks there. And if the last pass was there was easily a try for Warriors. And Warriors can easily get tries by going wide here. Jyväskylä are playing very narrow, and there's definitely some space out there. As you can see, that Warriors are overloading the blind side wing as the pop up to Ida, who brings it up to the 22.
So in these windy conditions, the passes, they just float all over the place. It's really hard to get a clean pass in. So Jyväskylä is playing narrow to protect their possession, but that has some consequences. If you can pass effectively wide, then you have way more space where there's way fewer defenders. But if you can't, if you struggle with your passes and they're not clean, then you're not punishing the opposition as much as you'd hope for lining up narrow. This is a ball possession game, so in conditions like this, you should make sure you line up narrow enough to ensure that you can get the ball out. You're not taking advantage of someone else's narrowness if you can't maintain possession of the ball and pass cleanly. So we did have a penalty here. Looks like Jyväskylä is getting a talking to because it's close to the try line.
Yeah, giving away penalties on the try line, it's once you hit one, it becomes a domino effect. There's going to be penalty after penalty after penalty, and accumulation of penalties can lead to a yellow. So this looks like there's just a talking to telling it's probably an official warning before any cards come out. But giving away penalties at this area, it looks very difficult. Like there's chances of penalty tries being given, for example, or cards coming out. So once you give away the first penalty, you kind of want to just make sure you're not giving away another, because it just starts coming one after another after another.
Yeah, the consequences really escalate when you commit infringements down by your goal line. The assumption by the ref is you have to play extra clean on defense. And it's just hard to do. They get a little pickier. It's just a matter of ensuring that people aren't giving away a penalty, because the penalty's less dangerous and problematic than a score. It does look like we had a Jyväskylä sub, one of their front rows come off.
Yeah, it was a very good hard run by Wally there, but Jyväskylä were equally up to match it. They're going to go wide with Warriors. Ida with a good pass out wide. It was just a little bit too low with the wind as well, so Jyväskylä dodged a bullet there. But now, great cut inside, great cut inside. We're about 5 meters away, maybe a little bit, 10 meters maybe. But the gaps are definitely appearing in the Jyväskylä defense, and Warriors just need to jump on it. But Jyväskylä are very strong, they're coming up, and they're meeting any form of aggression. And here we go. Good crash, and almost there. The referee did have his hand up. I don't know if he's signaling for advantage, but there we go. It was just a little side step there before receiving the ball that just took away the momentum. Ida has now called a switch, and now they come down the open side. Great offload, and Lily is just held up on the line. Now Julian goes for the line. Held up at the moment, but maybe... and that's a try for Warriors. Really good work. Well, I think the try was... I don't know who's officially getting the try. Julian did take the ball in crash, but I don't know if there was an offload there or not, but it's a good try. This is very kickable with a gust of wind, but it is very wide. So I'd fancy Julianne's chances here. She's got a very good boot on her, so maybe we could be seeing an extra 2 points here.
So one of the things that I love to see in any rugby game is a team that is behind, that continues to work really, really hard and grinds out some points just as a matter of respect. They're earning respect from opposition, and they're declaring their own self-respect with their effort level. There's no quit in any of the women on this field today. And that's just one of the things that you see in rugby that you don't always see in other sports. Just across the front, a good long strike, but didn't quite go through, and that's full time. So, Warriors 12, Jyväskylä 24.
Yeah, Warriors would be 10 and Jyväskylä 24. 14 points in the end, but honestly, the scoreboard doesn't show how close this game was in reality. Just a couple of clinical attacks from Jyväskylä is pretty much the difference. It was very even on the field, I feel. Just a couple more clinical attacks from Jyväskylä is the big difference today, but very good game from both sides, and Warriors finished strong. But yeah, just a couple of breaks from Jyväskylä where they had the space, the one-on-one attacks just was the difference today.
Yeah, the couple things that stick out in my mind is Jyväskylä made the Warriors work very hard to retain the ball. They did very well in the lineouts, and they were hard chargers who the Warriors struggled at times to tackle. One person not quite making a clean tackle, or not quite making enough of a tackle to allow help to arrive in time, can make a big difference on the scoreboard. Jyväskylä benefited from excellent ball handling and just found those little seams and found a way to shake off just enough of the tackles to open up some big runs and some big opportunities. Hard-fought match for both teams, clearly. Looks like no one got injured seriously, which always makes for a great outcome. And now we're going to see something in rugby that you just don't see in other games. This is where the folks on each side thank each other for a hard-fought game, demonstrate excellent tradition of sportsmanship, and acknowledge each other's tenacity and just respect for each other. There might also be a case of beer changing hands as well.
So if you want to go down and party with these crazy ladies tonight, they'd probably be down in the Aussie bar. They definitely are the ones who clean up the bar, not the men. We are being put to shame by the Wally side. So please get down there. Hopefully today will make more even numbers, but more than likely Wally are gonna beat the men again today on attendance in the Aussie bar. But also just get something in your stomachs before and head down to the Lazy Fox. Some decent grub down there, and you can have a few pre-drinks before you head down to Aussie bar there as well.
And if you think you're going to keep up with these ladies, bring your liver and don't plan on doing much tomorrow.
These ladies will still be drinking tomorrow, so take your whole weekend off, maybe take your whole week's holiday off, because there's no keeping up with these ladies.
Okay, so Tony and I are going to take a break. The men's game will follow in something like 15, 20 minutes.
Hei. Heija. Heija. Joo, näyttikö hyytyneeltä? Tuntuva hyytyneeltä. Näytti aika lämpimältä. Det är snart, jag fick kommentarer.
Welcome back. We're about to have the men's game kick off. First, we're going to start with the teams, and we're going to start with the away team, Jyväskylä. Number 1, Tapio Lattinen, who's captain. Number 2, Jussi Jokitalo. Number 3, Santeri Korka. Wearing number 4 is Gustaus Lappa. Number 5, Simo Marinen. Number 6, Fredrik Muller Brine. I can't really read the writing that's on this team sheet, but we'll manage. Number 7, Mikael Ikonen. Number 8, Juho Kilian. Number 9, Topi Tirenen. Number 10, Niko Varjainen. Number 11, can't read that name at all. It looks like someone Salmijärvi. Number 12, Tero Siivonen. Number 13, Orho Olinampa. Number 14, Lauri Myllypuro. Number 15, Ryan Bergoile. And the coach is Rob Hesse. The writing on this team sheet is a bit difficult. And then the Warriors team, number 1, Oxley Silitalo Nunez. Then we have Iiro Uotila, Juha Rainvuori, Aleksi Vironen at 4, Jussi Keskonen at 5, Johannes Korpela at 6, Jaakko Villen at 7. Playing number 8 but wearing number 24 is Benjamin Anderson. Number 9, Andre Parisi. Number 10, Thomas Fennell. 11, Antti Lammi. 12, Timothy Gilbert. 13, Mattias Hytiainen. Number 14, Jiri Myllyvita. 15, Jack Crabtree. On the bench then we have Heikki Harju at 16, Julian Delavala at 17. Wearing 19 is Tim Hood. And at 20, the man that has more names than nationalities, Pierre Alban Waters. And the coach today is John Wataitaro. Big John. So we're a couple of minutes away from kickoff. The teams are in their huddles. Well, Jyväskylä are just coming to the field from the locker room. The game is scheduled to kick off in 1 minute, but I highly doubt that as we don't have any referees here at the moment. So while we wait, just a reminder to head down to the Lazy Fox straight after this game. The men's team will shower and head down there. The ladies are probably already getting ready to go down. So after this game, head straight down to the Lazy Fox and then follow that up by heading to Aussie Bar for tonight. It's a very warm day, so we recommend going down and getting a good amount of hydration in tonight. Just final messages from the coaches here. This is the first meeting between the teams, and Jyväskylä have only played 5 games this season, so this is their 6th. Both teams will be hoping for a victory. Warriors still have a chance to make it straight through to the final, and Jyväskylä, who occupy the bottom spot of the table at the moment, will be hoping to get as many points as possible so they can move away from the bottom spot of the table. They have the advantage of having the most games left in the league, so they'll be hoping now to get maximum points out of this today. But this is going to be a physical game. Jyväskylä have some very big forwards and definitely can become an advantage against any opposition when you have forwards that big. But Warriors definitely have the numbers on their side with more on the players on the bench, so maybe Warriors will just have to outlast, who knows. But yeah, looks like we're starting to get ready. Touch judge is going to the side. And the referee's just outside, so he'll wait for the Warriors to come down. Jyväskylä are already lined up. By the looks of it, I don't know who's going to take the kickoff, but it looks like Jyväskylä are lining up for a kickoff. It looks like they're going to receive the kickoff, yeah. It's quite warm. The field is quite dry. As you can see, there's a lot of sand patches there in the middle. So, and a lot of the geese have been going around there today. They've been fertilizing the grass. So I hope all the players brought a lot of soap with them today, because that's not going to come out easy. The referee's coming down to the middle. Warriors still in their huddle. Yeah, Steve Thorne is the main ref in this game, and Thierry Demoulin is the sideline ref. He's just taking a seat and relaxing, enjoying the sun. Why not? He just had a tough game to referee, very physical game, so just take the rest now. Warriors are coming to line up now. Yeah, so as we said, Warriors definitely have the advantage, more subs on the bench today. Numbers are a very difficult thing at the moment for teams, so not everyone is lining up with full benches like we were last year. This year is the first year where we have no restrictions against us or anything, so everyone has to work. They can't just be on their Saturdays just doing nothing. Some people have work and everything, so numbers have been taking a hit, but this might play to the advantage of Warriors having more people to come on, and they can afford, hopefully not, but they can afford, if a player does take a knock, to take them off to rest them. But Warriors, this is their 7th game of the season, only 3 games left after this, and this is the 6th game of the season for Jyväskylä. They'll have 4 games after this. One of them will be the return leg of these two sides meeting in Jyväskylä in about 3-4 weeks.
Okay, it looks like we're about ready to have our kickoff. There's the whistle and the kick. Nice high ball. Taken pretty cleanly by Tumpi. Opts for the quick counter. Oh, that's a knock-on. Oh, apparently none of those were called a knock-on. Arms out for a penalty advantage. Advantage Warriors.
So it looks like the Jyväskylä player saved the knock-on there by throwing a foot at it. If he makes it look like, oh, here comes good ball out to Jyri. Jyri takes it and a good offload to Matias. That is like, if Jyri takes the ball down, there's no support there, but that little delay helps to get support. And now it looks like Warriors are going to crash up a little bit. Running at Jyväskylä at the moment, there's some big guys. Penalty advantage was going. The whistle's gone, so the penalty will go back to the advantage. Obviously, Warriors were seen to not have been making any significant ground there or anything, so they go back to the advantage. It was a very long advantage, but sometimes the referee plays it quickly, or it could be a minute or two. But yeah, that was good play from the Warriors to begin with, getting the ball out wide and the good delay of the pass instead of going down to offload to wait for support to come in. But now Tumpi can kick this to touch.
So one of the interesting but sometimes frustrating things about how a rugby game is called is the ref has a lot of discretion. So if it's a dangerous play or a high tackle, those are viewed pretty seriously. You get a long advantage, and you also, the ref wants to stop and make the point. So he will give an extra long advantage and bring the ball back. Now, in play in front of us here, we just had a long kick and run forward. The Warriors got the ball back, quick ball out, crash to Oxley. Ooh, he got hit big and pushed back. Ball's out to Tim.
Great pass. The ball's coming out wide very well, and this is good run by Jyri. He has the pace.
The corner, almost. Oh, out to touch.
It was just a good coverage there by the wing defender there. But yeah, Warriors definitely looking strong at the moment. That was a great run on the far side by Tumpi, taking it from his own 10-meter line up to about the 22 with a run, and only for the chip to be blocked down by the defender. Maybe that was even a try. But it was good work from Warriors so far. They're definitely utilising the pace on the wings, but also using the passing prowess that the backs can offer here.
Okay, so line out to Jyväskylä. Ben got a hand on that.
Knock on now by Jyväskylä, so Warriors input to the scrum. The thing about Jyväskylä is they've got a lot of tall boys, so any of them could be seen as an optimal jumper here. So that's why it could be difficult to see who is jumping for the line out. So that's where their advantage will be. But now Warriors will have the strong scrum. Warriors historically have a very strong scrum, so we'll be hoping to see a good battle in the scrum here now. Warriors are lining up also their backs, so and definitely Jyväskylä have come narrow with their backs, so if Warriors can get the ball. Let's see how the scrum goes. Oh, this looks like he's just going to call a reset. So both sides just collapsed the scrum there. And now the referee's just giving a talking to, just telling them what to do in the scrum. There we just have Tumpi waving to his fans. Jyväskylä have turned the scrum, but it is a penalty for Warriors. Will they take it quickly? Jyväskylä did slow the ball down a little bit there, which is probably going to help them a lot. Hooking with the elbow, yeah, that's not allowed, but now Ben takes the ball in. Good line. They're about 5 meters. It's going to be pot. Oh, Oxley takes the ball. Just short of the. Oh, try to Warriors. Oxley takes it in. Yeah, just very quick pass by Tumpi there opens the spot for Oxley just to crash over. But very good try, works by the Warriors there. Now this very kickable area for Tumpi.
So if you didn't see that, what Tumpi did was a no-look pass by throwing the ball basically right over his shoulder because he just knew Oxley was going to be there. So it was just a particularly slick move. To the biggest player and arguably the strongest short-range runner on the Warrior side. And Oxley crashed through 3 meters easily over the try line to dot down and use a try.
In normal games, you see like Oxley, like you need 4 or 5 men to stop him, but in a scenario where he had open space, a clear gap, there's no stopping him. Yeah, the kick was just dragged a little bit, but we move now at 5-0 to Warriors. The scoreboard hasn't been updated, but I can assure you it's 5-0 to the Warriors right now. But yeah, it's been a strong start from the Warriors. Jyväskylä definitely, though, did show some concern in the scrum, but just for the penalty to be given away there is what stopped Jyväskylä from clearing their lines or anything. So it's definitely something to watch out for if the Jyväskylä scrum can still keep this going the whole game.
Yeah, and you can see the ref chatting with the prof from Jyväskylä and explaining what he didn't like about how they were binding. If everybody's elbows are, not pulling things down or twisting things up in the front row, and if everybody's hips and backs are aligned and are pushing straight, the ref is going to generally be happy.
It's a good kickoff gathered in by Tim, and he gives the ball out to Tumpi. Tumpi spots a gap and he goes, and a good kick down. And it just bounced behind the fullback and out into touch, but the Warriors defenders. But now, yeah, so the Warriors defense came up quick, so there was no quick play open for Jyväskylä. So now it's going to be Jyväskylä put into the line-out.
Yeah, it looked like that ball might have touched the fullback before it went out. Hard to say for sure.
Obviously, our angles are a lot more difficult to see things from where it's happening. Maybe the ref saw it a lot clearer than we did. But it also looks like Jyväskylä have made an early sub. Or they brought someone on at least.
Were they playing with 14 and now a late arrival is here, so they're playing with 14?
It could be that. It could be that. Yeah.
It's been known to happen from time to time.
It's very classic in. Oh, Warriors have pulled. Oh, here comes Stumpy. Great ball off to Matthias. Matthias takes it in a good 5 meters, good drive. He still has the ball, and now he's finally taken to the ground. Quick ball is needed here. Andre gives the ball to Johannes. They're dragging in a few players here. And a jackal attempt, but Andre gets the ball out to the blind side to Dumpy. And Dumpy he's in. And he's going to bring it right over to the goal line. Good try by the Warriors, 10-0 right now. Good try, Dumpy.
Excellent start for the Warriors. That play went to the weak side where there wasn't as much room, but there were perhaps a mismatch in the players on that side. It looked like the numbers were about even, but one of the things you want to look for in attack is do you have your faster players opposed by their slower players? So if that's true, then you can take more chances and find bigger gaps just because the slower players can't move to close those spaces quite as quickly.
And I think another thing was it was the vision as well. Jyväskylä started to bring players out to the open side, and Dumpy quickly called for it to go to the blind. And as the kick is over, so it's now Warriors 12, Jyväskylä 0. But yeah, as I was saying, Dumpy spotted the gap out on the blind side and he just took it in, had the space. He also had the options, so leaving the last defender to choose between two players, no matter what was going to happen there was just the defender had to struggle. So he either commits to the last man and Dumpy gets through like he did, or he commits to Dumpy and he gets an offload to the last man who's then free to go in as well. So it was just a tough situation for Jyväskylä to be in, but now they just have to hope for their sake, hope that this kickoff they can get something out of it.
Okay, and here comes the kick. Low knuckleball on the hop to the second row. Nice drive. Quick ball out for Andre. UC with a strong run. Ball's out again quick. There's Tumpy with the boot. Now Tumpy's got such a strong foot and a good sense of tactical kicking that this wind isn't going to be too much of a challenge to him for his kicking. He's still going to be able to put that ball where he wants to. Is that Lamy on the counterattack? Gets it to the middle of the pitch.
There's a penalty for Warriors for an off the ball hit. It was very off the ball. Andre just got hit about 10 meters in front of where the ball was. But yeah, this is a good area for Warriors to get a line out penalty here. Maybe into the 22. Dumpy can easily get this into the 22. Like slow drive, he tried to get as many meters out of it as possible and it just stays in play. So Jyväskylä can put it out just outside the 22. But yeah, so there's as happened here, you're not allowed to tackle the player off the ball. So of course the referee, even though Warriors were actually on the attack, the referee could call it back for an intentional and maybe even call it a professional foul.
Yeah, so that could be an example of a penalty that's a little more serious in that it's leaning towards foul play, perhaps. It's not clean play. It's not a technical infringement. It's something that the ref wants to talk about.
As we see, the Warriors line-out went straight to the back and Oxley took it, and it took 3 or 4 men to take it. And now Joha takes the ball in, and again, 3 or 4 Jyväskylä defenders to take him down. Andre gets the ball out to Tim, and Tim again, 2 people are there to meet him. But Jyväskylä are definitely committing a lot of people to these tackles, which is opening space. Now Vironen gives the ball out to Oxley, and again, it's just very hard to stop him in the short range. Ref has now called for something. He's called a penalty for hands, so Jyväskylä get the clearance. It was a very good counter ruck, but yeah, now it's a Jyväskylä penalty on their own 22, so this will be just to clear the line.
They're in the middle of a pitch, so they can probably get 20 meters with a good high kick. The wind should carry it out. Ooh, but it doesn't go out on the full. Clean ball. Ugly but clean. Good offload.
I think.
Oh, there was that hop step. Penalty infringement in the bar for Tumps for the hop step.
Yeah, that should not be allowed. How has he gotten away with this? But I think also Jack Crabtree there caught the ball between his legs with the kick. I was a bit infringed by the speaker, but I think that's what happened.
Yeah, the ball bounced off his feet and then bounced up into his lap, and he literally caught it between his knees to make a clean play instead of a knock-on. Almost anything ugly is better than a knock-on. Here's the line out. Looks like it's in straight enough, but it goes straight to Oxley. Gets 5 meters charging over somebody the hard way. Ball's out. Jaakko's held on it. Ball goes wide again to Tumps. 3 men on the outside. There's a chip kick. Tumpy kicks to himself, backs himself, try under the posts.
Just the whole thing there, like Jyväskylä were defending very flat and left space behind, and with Dumpy, like if he sees the space for about half a second, he's taking it, and it's a great try under the post. That's his second try of the game, and we're already at 17-0 for the Warriors, but a very easy kickable shot right now. But that was just good work from the Warriors. They turned over the Jyväskylä scrum and got the ball out quick. There was an ugly pass or two in there, but the support players were always there, ready to gather up, and the ball never died. So, good play from the Warriors, and now we have a Jyväskylä player down injured as well. Yeah, it looks like maybe they get the magic sponge out or the freeze spray. Here's a kick from Tumppi. Very close. Yeah, there we go, over the bar. We're now looking at a 19-0 lead for Warriors. We're about 10 to 20 minutes in. Yeah, just 20 minutes have gone now. So, very healthy lead for Warriors to have at the moment. Had some strong play. Definitely, there's some gaps appearing in the Jyväskylä defense, and also some gaps in behind that is being utilized. So, and this is against the wind as well, so these problems will need to be kind of sorted before even the second half, when wind is going to play a bigger factor into Jyväskylä's defense.
Yeah, so on the positive side for Jyväskylä, they're contesting the rucks pretty well. They haven't really turned anything over yet, but it's still early. They do need to tighten up their defense a little bit. They are having a little bit of a hard time with some of the stronger runners from the Warriors. But the scoreboard is, unfortunately for them, not quite reflecting their effort. They're playing pretty well. They've just been punished for like very small mistakes that Tumpy in particular has been able to take advantage of.
Yeah, so Warriors got the goal line dropout there. The kickoff just went over the Warriors goal line, and Warriors placed it down. There's no own goals or anything in rugby, but yeah, the goal line dropout. They got good yardage, and now Jyväskylä have to attack from the 10-meter line. That was a nice little offload to the inside gap, but it was equally met with good forward. Almost a jackal. Also, the referee's called penalty Warriors. Playing the ball on the ground, you're not, if you're in the ruck, you're not allowed to use your hands to get the ball. It actually has to be one of the standing players outside that can move the ball. So if you're on your knee, even one knee on the ground, you're deemed on the ground and playing the ball, which you're not allowed to do. Now Tumppi will kick for touch here. Really good kick, made a good 20 meters. And now we're inside the Jyväskylä half with a line out for Warriors. The line outs have been interesting so far. Warriors have won most, if not all, the line outs so far, but obviously it's not a guarantee they win it again, but Warriors will be hoping for a decent line out and then a good charge from the backs here. First jumper is ready, but Warriors go to the middle, and Jyväskylä have turned the line out, but no one was jumping on the ball, and it was a bit sloppy, but Uvascular retained possession now. The 10 switches position to go into the gap, but he's met with two big forwards. Now they're going down the blind. Jaakko gets knocked, but he takes the tackle, so he takes the ankle. So goes up again, and Johannes meets the tackle very low. Good jackal by Oxley. Oh, and they come over him. It's a penalty to Warriors, holding on to the ball.
Okay, so that was one of the examples where the tackled player was really vulnerable because he didn't have support over him. So Oxley was able to stay on his feet just long enough to grab the ball. Both players had the ball, but the person on the ground has to release. Oh, yeah, was touched. He stepped out.
Yeah, so he caught the ball in touch. So Yuri made the great tackle anyway. Just played the whistle, even though the whistle went. He still made the tackle. So never turn off. But yeah, so this is going to be a line out for Warriors on the 5-meter line. Just as the Uvascular player caught the ball, his foot went over the line. So now Warriors are going to, it looks like they're going to go to front, to the front, okay. And they go to the back, Oxley receiving again, gives the ball to Tumpi, knocked forward. But this is a good, if Warriors can get a good shove onto the scrum, they're right in front of goal. They've got the blind and open side to attack from. And also, they're really close, so they could even push over. But Uvascular will need a strong shove on this scrum, and they just need to clear their lines, because this is a dangerous area for them to be in. Already with 19 points against them, they don't want to be in this end of the field for too long.
Yeah, so tactically, this is always one of my favorite kinds of attacks. 2/3 on one side, 1/3 on the other side of the pitch. An 8-man pickup to the weak. That's the side Tumpy's lined up on. Yep, that's what they did. So they're taking their time. They're going to do a crash play. I wouldn't be surprised if they try and kick out of jail here. Like, someone's going to go back in the pocket for a kick. Yep. Pretty good kick.
But guided right by the fullback, Krabby. Now he has space to run. That pass was loose. Forward. The lino has called for a forward pass, but the ref hasn't seen it.
Okay, so Uvascular is in deep trouble now. They have the ball, but they're right on their own goal line. They're going to have to do a crash play or two to get out of there. And there's a penalty. Hands in the ruck again.
So Warriors have a penalty on the 5-meter line. Oh, and the referee is going to talk here. So this is probably a warning, maybe for back chatter. The one thing rugby works on is respect. If the referee makes a call, that's the call. You don't argue with the referee. So back chatter like that it can often lead to dangerous things for your team. But Tumpi takes a quick tap out wide and it's knocked forward. But referee said it came off the chest, I think, so they played. But now Uvascular are definitely not happy with the calls. As you could hear, there was a bit of shouting from the sideline. But now Warriors have the ball. Andre takes the ball in. He puts it off to Tumpi. Tumpi takes it under the post for the hat-trick. And now we're looking at the score being 24-0, right under the post. Tumpi would be fancy to take this kick. But a bit messy there the last couple of minutes. But Warriors have just gotten out with this. Good try, great play. Andre takes the ball in, gets a good offload to keep the ball alive. And Tumpi just takes the line that puts it right under the post for his hat-trick. But this is definitely a strong showing from Warriors so far. Being 24 points up with 25 minutes played is a very strong start indeed. But Uvascular will be a bit upset about the defense there. Just the gap appeared out of nowhere and there was nothing that they could do about it. But now Warriors 26-0, Tumpi adds the extra 2. So Warriors in a strong position for this game. That's already 4 tries, bonus points secured already in the first half. But some very good play from the Warriors right now.
Yeah, and Jyväskylä should keep their chin up. They're playing parts of the game rather well, but with a player like Tumpi on the field, he can make something large out of the smallest seam. He's very slippery, very experienced, and if there's just a little bit of a crease, he can cut back and take advantage of that. For Jyväskylä to keep the score down, they're just going to have to play the game as far away from their goal line as they can, because one step and Tumpi can get 10 meters. Just a little tiny crease, and if you're backed up on your own goal line, then those 10 meters, he's over the line. He's a very, very slippery player to defend.
And also, Jyväskylä will want to play this game as if it's 0-0 still. When you're playing the game knowing that you're 26-0 down, it's a lot tougher to get back into it. So they want to keep the head level and think that they're still in this game, because they are still in this game. There's still a lot of time to go. But if they start playing like they're behind, that's when Warriors will be able to pounce on some gaps that are going to open up. And the Warriors have some quick backs. So it will be difficult for Jyväskylä if they don't play with the intensity that they're still in this game.
So it looks like we're getting a water break here as well. Quite warm out on the pitch in spite of the breeze. Beautiful summer day in August, and August in Finland is not famous for beautiful summer days exactly. So we're thankful that the weather is as nice as it is today. Jyväskylä is coming back up for the kick. Time to start again. If they can focus on possession and keep the ball and handle it cleanly, settle things down a little bit, they should be able to shut down some of these opportunities for the Warriors and keep a little more control in the game.
But yeah, the Warriors have definitely come out. They want this game very much. But now Jyväskylä just have to answer back to what's been happening. But, as we're waiting for kickoff, just remember it is warm, so you might need to cool yourself off, and how better to cool yourself off than a few beers down the Aussie bar. And maybe a bit of grub in the Lazy Fox beforehand. But Jyväskylä have won the ruck here, and they take it forward. It was just a messy ball that bobbled out, but Jyväskylä have the ball. They're playing it in, big hit by Tumpi there. And now Jyväskylä have slow ball. Tumpi takes the ball out of the ruck, but he was deemed as offside as the ball wasn't out, so Jyväskylä get a penalty. They'll probably look to run it here because the wind, well, with the wind they might be able to make it to touch, but they're very in the middle here, so if the kick is not perfect, then it can be deemed in as Warriors put players on the line ready to. A bit of a slice, but it does make it out an extra 5 meters. But it's definitely better. There's a 5-man line out being called. But yeah, it's definitely better to make them a couple of meters and get the ball out than try and get as many meters as possible and it being kept in against you. So, well, Jyväskylä have a good opportunity here now. If they can win the line out and get the ball into their big carriers, as you can see, some of their backs have, there's some chunky men, so they can definitely do some damage to the Warriors' defense. Line out contested very equally. Whose hand did it touch? It looks like it's a Warrior put into the line out here. There was 2 people going for it, and they both jumped at the same time, and it just deemed that it was knocked off a Jyväskylä hand into touch, so Warriors get the line out.
Yeah, hard to tell, but a fortunate call for the Warriors. So let's see how this put-in goes. Okay, that worked. A little bit ugly, but that worked. Clean. Ball goes out wide to Krabby. Yeah, there's a turnover. Ball's out. Quick take, nice offload. Another short crash. Gains a few meters. Oh, broke a nice tackle there. Strong run. Ball's going to be out. There it is. Not the best looking pass I ever saw. That was a little ragged.
Yeah, it was a bit of a tough pass, but we call it a hospital or graveyard pass. But it was very difficult for the scrum half there, as basically a Warriors player was in an offside position but lying down, so he didn't interfere with play. But it doesn't give the scrum half space to give a good pass away, and then they just had to lob a pass out, and it was a bit too high, killed all momentum of the move. But now Jyväskylä have to put into the scrum in a decent area, so they'll want to have a good drive here and do a big hit now on the kind of middle of the Warriors defense.
Yeah, let's see how they line up. This might be an interesting place to go weak, but it doesn't look like they're really set up for that.
As you can see, the Warriors defense, they have one winger out on the blind side, but also the fullback is ready to cover the blind side as well. Jack Crabtree has some good pace on him, so if it does need to go blind, he's like ready to go blind, or he can go to the open side either. He's in a good position, so Warriors are low on the blind side, so if Jyväskylä attack there, it's just to draw players out of position, I feel.
8 men pick up and they go weak. Okay, still Jyväskylä's ball, a little sloppy, might be turned over. Looks like it's turned over. Warriors reset, crash ball. Yep. Okay, he wasn't held in the tackle, so he released the ball, picked it back up and went again, and then got called for hands in the run.
Yeah, so if you're not held in the tackle, there's no reason for you to stay on the ground. So if the ref to be actually deemed a tackle, it needs to be brought the whole way down. So if you're not brought the whole way down, you can pick the ball up and go again. So that's what Warriors did there, and now Jyväskylä have very, I'd say, kickable, but they look like they're going to run it. Oh no, they're going to kick to touch. Yeah. Oh. They made every meter out of that as they could. They're on the 5 meter line, so a lot of times when you get a line out on the 5 meter line, you win the line out, go straight into a maul and just drive over. It's a classic rugby trope here, so let's see if Jyväskylä try the same thing. But Warriors have some big boys in their forward pack, so maybe the maul is not the wisest of decisions.
Well, it's all about taking the ball cleanly in the line out. You can't do a maul if you don't win the line out, so let's see what happens there. This wind is making it really pretty hard to throw the ball in straight. So far the lineouts have been pretty clean, and Jyväskylä's done well. Looks like a Warrior player knocked that ball back onto the Jyväskylä side. We're going to call the knock on in the scrum.
Yeah, it looked like Aleksi Vironen was trying to up the reach and it just hit the fingertips and went forward. So Jyväskylä have a scrum about 5 meters away. Dangerous position to be on a defensive scrum, but the defense will have to be awake here and watching their players. As you can hear, there's orders being shouted out there for players to go into position. But yeah, this is a very good opportunity for Jyväskylä to attack here. And it looks like the blind side is empty, so they're definitely coming down the open side. Their blind side runner is way too deep, so he's not really a viable option. He's there to cover if Warriors do win the scrum and decide to kick it out, then he's ready to gather the ball and bring it back forward.
Yeah, so the other thing is, based on where the scrum half puts the ball in, it makes one side less viable for an attack. The Warrior scrum half will be covering the Jyväskylä scrum half, so it's hard for them to go weak on the side where the two scrum halves are standing. So that's less of a choice, less of a useful move here. Excellent push by Jyväskylä. Looks like both front rows went down pretty much at the same time. I think we're going to get a redo here. Let's see what the ref says.
But yeah, that scrum was very strong from Jyväskylä. They pushed Warriors back a good 2 meters, and only for the two front rows to collapse. You can't really penalize if both sides go down at the same time, so it's more than likely going to be a reset. Yeah, reset called. So Uvascula will be hoping for the same again, and Warriors will just be hoping to keep it even, or maybe even force Uvascula into a penalty. But strong scrum from Uvascula there. Same again, and Warriors could be in a bit of danger on their own line. Very good nudge into the scrum. Uvascula have it, and 8 is carrying it forward. They're going to try and push it over the line. Warriors have turned the scrum, and now we're in a rucking scenario, and it looks like it's been placed in the ground. The pick and goes are going, but Warriors are keeping it off the line. Uvascula still about a metre short. They're right on the line. They can probably sniff the line if they... Any player that hits the ground, their hair is touching the line, but it's more important that the ball touches the line. So, and the ball's made its way out. The Warriors, very strong defense there. Uvascula caught the back pedal. That was a very, very risky tackle. But now Warriors have brought the ball out to the 22. Uvascula now have to start the attack about 22 meters back from where they were about 30 seconds ago. A penalty has been called to Uvascula for. There was a couple of penalty scenarios there, but it looks like it was hands in the ruck. I can't really see the referee from where I am, but we have a few players obstructing our view from the commentary booth.
So what we saw back on the goal line, at some point the Warriors turned the ball over and did a quick stabbing kick, which put the ball back basically 40 meters. So that provided a whole bunch of relief. A few phases later, there's another penalty. Now it looks like the ball is right about the 22. Maybe it's 15 meters out from the try line. Uvascula's throwing. So far so good for the Warriors defense. Let's see what happens on the line out. Oh, spoiled it. I think they're going to say not in straight.
But yeah, just as Patrick was saying there with the kick, like a lot of times you think just getting the high ball out of there is more effective, but with the shape of the rugby ball, it's so weird that you can hit a low stabbing kick, and once it's just rolling, it can bounce weirdly, it can distract players. You know, it could have like 5 low bounces, then a super high bounce, and then low bounces again. So them low stabbing kicks are very good for clearances, but you only really do them if you have to, because if you get it wrong, it's a defender's foot that's stopping it, not their hands. So
yeah, the risk there is that the ball takes a hop basically straight up, and a player can run on it at full pace. There's a nice weak side play, ball's out. Looks like Lamy breaks 2 tackles, nicely done. Offloaded. Warriors still have the ball, nice clean ruck here. There's a crash play. Oh, gets it out. Tim gets it out again. There's some space. There's a lot of space. Krabby with a nice run there. Oh, cuts back inside. Krabby can go. Yes, Krabby's got support. He's all the way through. Oh, the generosity in that play is worth talking about.
I know Yuri was upset last week when Jack did not give that pass to him, so Jack has paid him back by giving him the pass and the try right under the posts.
So that was just pretty to see. Excellent counterattack. The Warriors held the ball in attack long enough to get the defenders to commit, to make the overload. The greater numbers of Warriors actually count for something. The Warriors' attack was straight up the field, did not drift wide, did not give away the opportunity in the space that was available to them. Jack made a great run, 20, 30 meters, stepped inside of one of the defenders and was able to work his way out, had plenty of space, and he also had plenty of support. He had a runner to the inside and a runner to the outside. If he's tackled, he's supported. Warriors ball attack continues. If he gets all the way through, as he did, he can score the try. And then he made a pass that he didn't need to make that was slightly risky and charmingly well done and generous to give Yuri a chance to put the ball down on the posts. As Tony said, that might make up for a lost opportunity last week where a timely pass might have put points on the board.
Oh no, the points were put on the board, but Jiri was a very good support runner and Krabi just put the ball down. So yeah, against Helsinki. So now Jiri finally gets the opportunity as a good support runner here and gets to try. It was a little bit concerning to see a Uvascular player was down. It doesn't look like they have a bench. So this is going to be a struggle for them. They'll not want injuries at all, but definitely this is a Warriors game to lose at the moment. But 33 points? I can't see the scoreboard, but 33-0, and we're just approaching halftime. We probably have maybe a minute left, so Euro takes the ball in now. Big hit. But this has been a strong first half from the Warriors so far, and they're getting the ball out wide again. Vironen takes the ball in, and he shakes the tackle. Yeah, and Warriors put a kick in behind, and it's out just on the 10 meter. It's if now Uvascular can get a good ball, they might want to keep it and just run down the clock and see half time out. But Warriors will be able, they'll be hoping and know that they can turn this line over or line out over and have some space to attack.
So again, Tumpy saw a bunch of space behind the initial line of defenders and went to kick the ball. That one was a little stronger than he wanted to. I think he wanted that ball to stay in play somewhere between 5 meters and 15 from the sideline. He had plenty of support attackers running onto that ball, but the ball just went to touch instead. Oh, nice jackal. Nice jackal. As our good friend John Cozy would say, Yoga Jesus steals the ball. Oh, Matthias on the outside, back in to Lamy. Lamy's going to go through under the posts. Excellent face. 5 or 6 really good passes. A couple good steps by several players to free themselves. Excellent support work all the way through. Dangerous open field running. Tough day for our friends from Uvascular. The Warriors are doing a great job of finding small seams and really making big gains from just the small spaces that are there for them to run through.
But yeah, this has definitely been a strong performance from the Warriors so far. After a very tough week last week, they're bouncing back. Very strong, very good first half performance. It's 38-0 now with a kick right in front of the goal, so we're looking at a 40-0 half-time score, so a point per minute. A point per minute is not something you see too often in rugby. It's very rare, and so far Warriors have achieved that. It looks like half-time. The players are heading to the sideline. So it looks like half-time has been called because Uvascular are heading to the kickoff area. I think there might be enough time because there was the water break and everything as well, a couple of injuries, so we might have about 30 seconds left on the game clock, which means there's enough time for a kickoff.
Yeah, it's really hard for us to tell. There's no like official clock on the sidelines. The referee keeps the time. So a minute here and there for injury timeouts, a few minutes for water, a few minutes for restarts. We might have as much as 5 or 7 more minutes of gameplay in this half. It's just hard for us to know. Okay, nice clean take. Slow ball coming out. Oh, it's going to go wide again. Wide to the big man. I hear a whistle. That's a forward pass.
So the pass was called forward there, but obviously we have enough time for the scrum. In rugby, the time doesn't stop until the ball has gone dead, but we still have enough time to take a scrum, which is a dead ball situation. So maybe we're running a bit over the scheduled clock, but with injuries and everything, that happens. We don't have added time like in football or anything. Time freezes, so the game minutes is just, it's a weird.
Yeah, and again, it's a little hard for folks on the sideline to know just how much time is left. The only way to really know is you ask the ref when you're on the field. So here's the scrum. Let's see what Jyväskylä can do with it. They've had a strong scrum. 8-man pickup going weak. Good technical tackle by Ben Anderson. Turnover. Yoga Jesus with the ball again. I love calling him that.
Yeah, Tumpy just went in there with the jackal and just popped it up there, so good ball. And Oxley just shakes the tackle by jumping out of it. I'm sure that's a fine. I don't know how that's allowed. But the ball bobbles out, and it's a penalty to Warriors for hands in the ruck. The hands in the ruck has been a big problem at the moment, but it looks like halftime's coming very soon, so the accumulation won't be a thing. Good kick by Tumpy. Just outside the 22. What a great kick.
And the ball is in the weeds behind us. Time will be off for a minute because the ball's away. The ball went behind the stands, and we do need somebody to go get that ball.
Do we have any good Samaritans in the crowd? Yep.
Thank you for the help. So the lineout is pretty much right in front of us, so we'll be able to see clearly if it's in straight, and hopefully actually be able to tell you what precisely happens. This one's right in front of us. Oh, nice clean throw, but not straight. That looked pretty. That was not the most egregious not in straight I ever saw. Fair enough call. No issue there.
Well, yeah, it's clear to see Jyväskylä have realized that their scrum is definitely their better option than their line-out. They called for a scrum instead of their own input to the line-out. But now it looks like Warriors are going to defend the open side. And Dumpy is covering the blind side himself. So, as you can see, Warriors have overloaded the open side now.
Yeah, this is the right place to do the 8-man pickup and try and run up the near side. I think Tumpy realized that he's a strong tackler, and his position allows him to stay closer to the scrum anyway. So instead of putting the wing on that, he's going to do it.
And also,
8-man pickup. It was going to go the other way.
It was a really strong scrum from the Warriors there, who actually pushed Jyväskylä back, and they had to do the 8-man pickup a lot earlier than they would have wanted to, and also while walking backwards, which makes it difficult. There's a missed tackle there in the middle, but Warriors get back onto it. Here we go. Jyväskylä are just going to try and run and try and find the gap in the defense, but Warriors are holding strong. The ball is coming out very slow from the ruck from Jyväskylä, and it's just giving time for Warriors to gather up some defense men to cover the line. And
vulnerable position there.
Yeah. Turnover. The ball comes out. Now the ball's with Vironen. He puts the ball out wide to Tumpy. Tumpy takes a step inside, and another step inside, and a handoff, and an American football throw to Ben, who takes a step inside. We're looking at the Fijian sevens team playing here at the moment. Tumpy takes the ball, gives it to Oxley. Oxley, the pass just doesn't make it, and but Warriors win the ball back again. Tim's not happy about that one. Half time now called. Not happy with the call there at the end. Was driven off the ball when he didn't have the ball, and it's one of them scenarios when you do have the ball, the defender sees you have the ball but you offload it. The defender just follows through with it, and it's not a happy scenario. But very strong half from the Warriors, 40-0. Very clinical from the Warriors. They find their gaps, they take it, and they even have times for some side steps and pirouettes and ballet in the middle. So good showing from Warriors so far. Jyväskylä have definitely got a very strong scrum. They'll be hoping to utilize that a lot in the second half. Their scrum was definitely stronger until the last scrum, I reckon. But now it's about...
NEM, it's a twister. We're about to lose our broadcast booth here because these gusts of winds are perking up. So On the positive side for Jyväskylä, their scrum is quite strong, and they're I think being smart and creative with how they're using that strong platform to get the ball out. They're doing pretty well with maintaining possession with their crash balls, but they haven't been able to accomplish much with their backs. I think they have some strong runners. They might not quite have the same speed that the Warriors have in the back, but they do have size and power. I think if they play a conservative smash ball, keep it in tight, be careful with your offloads game, and they can maintain possession, they can slow the Warriors' prolific offense down quite a bit, and perhaps work back into opportunities where they can get on the board. They're certainly working very hard to do that, so strong effort from them, but it's just not going their way so far. Halftime will probably be another 12 or 15 minutes, and we'll take a break and be back with you at the kickoff.
not going
Mutta edelleen siellä vasta laukkuu.
You are almost professional. Yeah, something like that. They just want to play and understand that we just want to play.
We're just getting ready for the second half. Teams are lining out. Warriors will hope for more of the same in the second. Jyväskylä will hope that they can get a few tries to get back into the game. 40-0, second half about to begin. It's not over, but it's a very hard scoreline to come back from.
So at this point, what I'm sure Jyväskylä wants to do is to focus on some basics and get some small wins. Focus on doing their jobs individually just a little bit better, stitching it all together just a little bit more, and work down, march down the pitch and get some points on the board. They're having a tough day, but they are showing no signs of letting up in their effort. So huge respect for those guys, in spite of the daunting numbers on the scoreboard. So Warriors now have the wind. That should make the kicking game a little more dynamic for the men in yellow. Here comes a kick from Tumpi. Nice high kick. Oh. Taken with the knock-on, sadly. So we're going to have a scrum. It looks like it's about halfway between the 22 and the midfield line, right in the middle of the pitch. So this opens up those great tactical options to run weak. Let's see how the Warriors line up and who they put where.
Yeah, so it looks at the moment that they have one winger down the blind side. Also, we have a lot of people getting close together, so obviously a back plate is being planned right now. So the ball has been put in. Jyväskylä pushed it, but now Jyväskylä have the ball. As we said, their scrum was strong, but Tumpi's there, the ball's bobbled out. There was an initial knock-on from Jyväskylä, and then a Warriors knock-on, just not awake for the ball to come to them. So it will probably be a Warriors put in.
So well done to Jyväskylä on that scrum. They just stole the ball because they pushed the Warriors over it. So the ball got hooked back cleanly, almost all the way to the 8-man, but the Warriors scrum just started backpedaling. And it's almost impossible, as you're being pushed backward, to also mind the ball and keep it on your side. That was a brilliant scrum by Green.
And I think what's more impressive is this is happening when the ball's also made it to the 8-man. And here comes Tumpi with a run. Dummy pass has given space. And he steps inside. He's fooling the defenders with his magic feet. And that's Tumpi in for another try. It's like he's unattaching his feet and then just putting them back on into different positions. It just shouldn't be allowed, quite honestly. But that's his fourth try of the game. And now Warriors are 45-0 up. A little bit of an angle, but nothing too hard to get over.
Well, Tumpi only has himself to blame because he's the one who placed the score for the try. So if he doesn't like the kick, he should have done it differently. In that march up the field, he wrong-footed 4 defenders. Stepped inside, stepped outside, stepped back inside again, and then stepped, I think, back inside one more time. So there were 4 different people who he had a one-on-one with, and he was able to beat all of them to find crease after crease. He had plenty of support. It looked like that went through. Yep. So that was a 7-point try, 47. That was just really a startling run.
It honestly confused my eyes to look at it. I was getting sold by the steps, so it must have obviously been a lot tougher as a defender when he's stepping one way, then the other, then the other, then the other. Like, there's no way you can defend if he's going to switch this. If he's going to switch direction every nanosecond, how do you defend against that? And Dumpy just got an easy try to slot under or close enough to the post. So 47-0, Dumpy with 4 tries today. It's hard to argue against a man of the match performance so far. But yeah, so Jyväskylä definitely still have the stronger scrum, but Warriors just got the ball out quick before it was turned over. So here's a kickoff that didn't go 10, and now it's gone 10. So
That's a football line.
oh, it's yeah. So as we have American football lines here and the rugby lines, it's a little bit confusing, but it didn't make it to the rugby line. It made it to the American football line, but not the rugby line. So Warriors will take a scrum on the halfway line now. And the halfway line is very dry, so this is an area that's covered in sand where the grip won't be the best. So this is an area where scrums will get pushed over a lot because you can't plant your feet in the ground to stop backward momentum because you're just going to keep sliding. So if you try to plant yourself, you're going to collapse. And the subs are warming up for the Warriors, but no one's been made. It looks like the coach is now talking to someone to bring on. It looks like coach's instructions are getting ready, but as we said, but the ball comes out to 8. Ben was very quick with the ball up there. He places the ball down, and now we've got clear out on the 9.
Yeah, that was not. He didn't come out straight.
And the penalty to Warriors for coming in off the feet. Whereas there was a couple of penalties there, but off the feet was the call. Dumpy's going to kick for touch. Nice kick. It stays in play, but it just bounces into the 22. So now we have a Warriors line-out.
So Jyväskylä's scrums are now dominating. They've been making it extremely difficult for the Warriors. The last 2 scrums, they weren't complete blow-ups where Jyväskylä just marched right over the ball. But now we're seeing Ben Anderson, number 24, but playing 8-man, being put in the position where he has to collect the ball and do the 8-man pickup, or else we lose possession.
So that line-out was deemed not straight from the Warriors. It's very difficult in these conditions to get a straight line-out, especially also when Warriors have a flanker putting the ball into the line-out. But now Jyväskylä will have the input to the scrum on their own 22. So they'll want to get a strong shove here to open up some space for themselves. But Warriors could definitely cause some hassle here on this scrumming position. And the backs are also lined up very well. So if there is a turnover, the backs are lined up to attack. The 10 has already hit the pocket, so Jyväskylä will try and get the ball quickly to the back. And Andre with the 9. The 9s are sneaky players. Oh, this is good run by Jyväskylä. The magic feet here. He had to backpack him there to get that tackle. It was a great tackle, but Jyväskylä have gone from their own 22. Oh, Dumpy cleared it over, and he played the ball. Yeah. So it looks like it's going to be a Warriors penalty from this. Yes, Warriors penalty. It was a great attack from Jyväskylä from their own 22 up until the other 22, but first of all, the clear out by Dumpy forced the Jyväskylä player to just panic and have to take the ball, and when he was off his feet, it's penalty.
Yeah, so that one was right in front of us. So we were able to see that it was number 5 in green. He was on his knees. Had he been on his feet, it would have been clean play. So it was just a little hurried and a little panicked. Very understandable in the heat of that kind of battle to just quickly grab for the ball. But unfortunately, that means their large gain is turned into a kick in the other direction and another line out basically 40 meters back where they started.
And also just off that penalty, Tumpi takes the kick from just outside his own 22 and makes it to just outside the opposition 22. So it's a huge change on the field. We're about 4 or 5 meters away. It's a huge change in direction of the game. Now Warriors look like it's a 4-man line out. 5-man line out actually. So obviously you can call how many people you want in the line out, but nice line out, and it looks like a maul is coming. A maul is a good way, and the ball comes quickly out of the maul, up to Tumpi in the middle, who gives the ball to Tim. Tim takes a step inside, and he drags 3 people out of position with the tackle. Quick penalty to Jyväskylä, probably holding the ball on the ground. Yep. It's a tough thing, like when you take 3 players out, then you are in a disadvantage to get the ball out, and Jyväskylä just had to hold the ball in there. But it was some really good play there, and if the support was there and the ball was out, that was a certain try for Warriors there. But Jyväskylä held out well. They go for touch now, and just they sneak a good 15 meters out of it. It's better to go for the easy 15 than the difficult 30.
Off to our side, there was just a big cheer. The player of the match was just awarded for the Wally side, who are in the stands enjoying the first team game as we are. Here's the throw. That did not look all that straight. Hard to tell from our angle. Tumpi with the ball again. Wide to Matthias. Tim with the nice cut back in. Another nice cut for Tim. Wide looks good. Need to get the ball out. Jiri with the ball. Nice run up the sideline. Good support.
Penalty advantage has been called. It seems high tackle. Tumpi did a good crossfield kick there, and if advantage wasn't called, there was a try for it, because Jyväskylä came very narrow, and they still are very narrow. So it will be interesting. High tackle called by the ref, but it will be interesting to see, do Warriors go for a tap and go, or do they go and try and get a line out maul?
Okay, so the ball is away. It's hard to tell how close they are. They might be 10 meters out. Yep, that's just a tap and go. Oh, big diving run for the try for, looked like Jussi.
It was Juha that scored that
Juha.
one. Yeah. I mean, he takes the ball and just runs at speed. You need about 5 or 6 people to stop him when he's coming in at that pace, so close to the line. So, but another good try. We're looking at 52-0 now for Warriors. It's a difficult kicking position, but with the wind, it's definitely very achievable right now.
So Juha took that ball running about 40 centimeters off the ground. He was leaned way forward, running low, low, low. And when he got where he wanted to be, he grounded himself. There's just no stopping a big man who's running low like that. Okay, tough kick, didn't quite make the conversion. We're now looking at 52, is it? 52-0. There are a couple of things that are working well for Jyväskylä, but they're just having a hard time stringing it all together. They are playing very narrow because they're worried about the penetrating attack from the big guys on the Warriors, which means when the Warriors get the ball out wide, there's less players out there, and those gaps are bigger. The Warriors have some very savvy ball handlers and runners who can take a little crease and turn it into a lot of meters. So it's been tough sledding for Jyväskylä. Here's our kick. A little bit awkward, but taken cleanly enough. Nice counterattack. Ball goes outside to the wing. Jyri. Oh, nice move inside. He did lose it forward. That's a turnover. Oh, nice counterattack here. Oh, Jyri with a close to a try-saving tackle there. Well played, Jyri.
Honestly, like when you drop the ball like that, it can be very demotivating, but straight away makes a try-saving tackle there. Gets up, shakes it off, and try-saving tackle. Now Antti Lammi has some space to run. And he hands him off, steps inside, gets the offload, doesn't quite go to Tumppi, but it goes back. Lammi gathers it up himself, and he's still going. And he gives it to Juha. Juha is now going to take it in, runs over him, and again, off to Tumppi, and Tumppi has some open space. Is he going to go in for number 5? Tumppi's in for try number 5 of the day for himself.
So let's talk about staying after the ball. Lammi had a really nice, strong run, got in a little bit of trouble, stayed on his feet, was able to make an offload, and immediately got back into the play. He made a second strong attack, offloaded the ball to Juha, who made a staggering hit in a 15-meter straight up the field run, which then sprung the other support, ending in Tumppi getting the ball and just outrunning one of the pack players to get in under the posts. So here's another chip shot for 2. And that's right through the middle. At this point, Tumppi's having such a strong game that I think he's going to have to pay Tony and I a fee for the PR that we're generating for him. It's certainly going to cost him a beer as far as I'm concerned.
But this all started from Warriors losing the ball on their own 22, and then a big hit on the back as Jyväskylä had to break away. Jyri made a huge hit on the sideline, and then just fastball, Lammi speeds up the field. He gets an offload and gathers it himself somehow, and space opens up after Juha just runs over a couple of defenders, offloads Tumppi, and there's no catching Tumppi when he has space.
Yeah, so the attack and the work rate and the follow-through of the Warriors has been absolutely relentless, and that's just hard to deal with. Lammi again, that's backwards, clean enough. Andre 9 in. Gonna have to do a little pickup. Yep, nice pick and go. Clean ball. Tim's in for the scrum half, was out of position there. Andre's back. Ball out. Oh, nice backdoor pass, a little high. Oh, the ball just squirted right out loose. Calling it a knock-on.
So there was 2 knock-ons there, but the input is going for Jyväskylä. It was original Warriors knock-on, that's how it squared it out, and now Jyväskylä will have the input to the scrum, which is a very strong position for them to attack. They could definitely push their scrum over. We've seen it throughout the game that they can get a lot of meters off the scrum itself. So they'll be hoping now that they can get a good shove on the scrum, maybe a good 5-10 meters out of it, and then get the ball out to the runners.
Yeah, so if they can push the Warriors scrum back just a little bit, that also, when the ball is still in the scrum, means that the Warriors defense has to stay 5 meters behind the scrum. So it puts the defense on the back foot. A clean pickup, a clean ball out from there, either side, since they're kind of in the middle of the pitch. It's just a really good attacking platform. And then one break, one crease. Jyväskylä has made some nice breakaways. They just haven't gotten over the try line. It's a great opportunity for them to score from here or score in a few more phases. Yeah, they're just holding the ball, marching it. They're going to have to pick it up soon. Yep, there's the pickup. A lot of Warriors in on that ruck. Clean enough. Yep. Now they want to go out to the backs. Yeah, a little indecision there, sadly. They just lost all the ground they made on the scrum. Ball's coming out. Scrum half's probably going to go right. Penalty.
Dumping.
Over.
Was it?
A tip tackle?
Yeah, it looked like it was the motion for tipping the clear-out player, but now this is a good clearing opportunity for Warriors. We're about 15 minutes into this half, and it's going to be... Warriors will just be very content with how the game's being played right now. Dumpy gets a good hoof on it, and it goes out just about on halfway, just past halfway, so 5-man line out called by Johannes.
So let's talk about that tip tackle call. Player safety is super important in rugby, as we've mentioned in both of the games. You can clear a player out of the ruck, but if you lift someone off their feet by just the force of your tackle, you have to be very careful at how you place them on the ground. So the rucking player has a lot of responsibility there. If you pick someone up and kind of tip them over and their shoulders touch before their butt or their hips do, it's a big penalty. And it's a serious penalty because it's dangerous play. Nice line out. Oxley made a nice 10 meters there. A little bit of open field running from the big end. Oh, Lamy on the switch inside. Great run. Still going. He's 25 meters in. Quick ball to the outside with Andre. Wide open. Tumps again. I'm getting tired of talking about Tumps scoring tries. Is that 7 now?
That would be his second hat trick of the game, right under the post. Honestly, we need to start talking about fines here. 6 tries is quite a lot. But it's good play.
Fine for ungenerous play. Scoring too many tries. Greedy bastard.
But so it was good work from, first of all, Dumpy takes the ball, and he just leaves the ball up for Lumley to run onto it into space. And the space was made, quick ruck by Warriors, brings out wide, and Dumpy was just there to... He wasn't even needed. There was still players on the overlap, but Dumpy takes the ball, runs in under the posts, and a very kickable try for himself. So he's really helping with his points tally here today.
Yeah, that was just an excellent crash ball to the inside for Antilami. Hit the ball full pace. He's a strong dynamic runner. Hit the ball going about as fast as he can run. If you're not moving at speed into someone who's running full speed, you can't stop them. There's no arm tackle that'll do. There's no ability even to grab them, slide down, and drag down their legs. They're just going to get through you. So when he came in charging at pace and all the defenders were flat-footed, he was able to brush aside 3 or 4 tackles in the 25 meters he made. Lots of Warrior support on the outside of him, including Tumpy, who was able to weave through for the try. Looks like we're going to have a water break here, and it is 66-0, which is an extraordinary score.
I've just done the calculations here, and Dumpy has scored 44 points in this game alone.
So I do want to remark on the consistent and strong effort for Jyväskylä. I mean, this is a day that's really not going their way, but they are doing a couple of things well. The scrum in particular, they now own the scrums. No question about it. Looks like we have a sub. There is a jumping French leprechaun warming up at number 9. It looks like Andre's off and Pierre is on. Let's see if there's been some other changes. Backline looks like it's staying the same for the moment. Don't see anybody coming out in the front row. Is Oxley still in, or did he come out?
I misspoke. Tumpi has 46 points in this game. So 4 more points and Tumpi will hit a half century of points in the one game. So Oxley has put a bib on right now. It looks like Tim Hood is coming into the fray, and so is Heikki Harjo and Pierre Albin Waters. So it looks like changes all around. At this stage, you just rest players now. At 66-0, it's a very tough scoreline to come back at if you have players, but now Warriors can just rest their players and start getting ready for next week's game. Or actually the game in two weeks' time, I think, is their next game against Turku. So that'll be a tough fight. But Warriors now are resting some players, getting ready for this. Kickoff by Jyväskylä goes pretty deep into the 22, and it's left bounce, but the referee never blew the whistle, so they'll get another go at that. So Jyväskylä will get to take that again, to probably the happiness of Warriors after that, because there was a bit of confusion at the back. So Warriors will be happy to receive the ball again, and Jyväskylä will probably be happy to maybe contest the kickoff themselves.
Okay, clean take. Oh, nice offload to the big man. Yellow with a nice 15-meter amble. Then with a nice short stab. Clean ball. Pierre gets the ball out again to Little. Another nice run. Gets 5 or 6 the hard way. Clean ball out to Tumps. No look past Delamy on the inside. Slashing run. Offload again, ball goes out. Lots of space, lots of people. This should go out to the wing. Oh, nice offload to Yiri.
Forward pass.
Yeah, that's it, Julian.
Yeah, so Julian, who just came on, just threw a forward pass there, so it's going to be a scrum to Jyväskylä. But I was just going to point out there, obviously a lot of fresh players, in particular for Warriors, but one of the key positions that they brought fresh players on, obviously the scrum. Tired scrums can often be pushed back, but when you bring on fresh blood, that'll be very useful. But also bringing on a fresh scrum half, you instantly saw an injection of pace into the Warriors game. Pierre has fresh legs; he can run onto the play a lot quicker than anyone else. So the fresh, quick ball coming in, and Warriors made easy ground off the energy that's been brought into the field now.
Yeah, that's just one more thing that's making it a harder day for Jyväskylä. Not having any subs to come in just puts you in a tougher spot. 80 minutes of rugby is an effort that you can't understand until you experience it. It takes an awful lot. So having players that you can sub in after 60 minutes that can come in fresh can be just a huge impact. It's just one more thing that makes life harder for Jyväskylä today. Okay, Warriors have the ball. Looks like they're getting pushed back a little bit. Penalty. Ball on the ground. Yeah. It looks like Tumpi was trying a little too hard to maintain possession for his side, and he got whistled up for playing the ball too much after he was tackled.
Yeah, it looked like earlier on that Tumpi was aiming for a drop goal, but he then saw a gap, ran it in. Matias keeps the ball in play with his foot, which is not something you see every day, and forces Jyväskylä to defend on their own, or to attack from their own 22. But yeah, as I was saying, like Tumpi was then just brought in. He found the gap, ran for space, and then he was isolated, and the ball didn't come out quick enough, and other players had to commit to the ruck, and then you have problems when that happens. Good half break from Jyväskylä, but Warriors equal up to it. Now Jyväskylä will want to get this ball out quick, but you have a blitz defense there from Warriors, making it difficult. That was a good tackle by Tim Hood to stop the momentum. It wasn't held, but it stopped enough momentum and actually helped Ben be ready to get a bit of a jackal on there. And it's a steal. So now here comes Vironen. He gets the ball off the Tumpi. It's dropped, and Jyväskylä have now got the ball, bringing it up the middle.
Yeah, play's getting a little loose, a little wild here. Both sides should settle down a little bit and stick to their base. Oh, nice tactical kick. Found a little space. Oh, Lamy fends off one tackle, fends off two. Nicely done to make 10 yards after all that contact. Keeps the ball. It's going to be a quick pickup. That was a pass to nowhere. Somehow they managed to keep the ball, but there's a penalty. Yeah, hands on the ground. I don't want to call anybody out, but his number was 19. He's going to hate that I said that when he looks at the video. Okay, so that was a quick tap. He's gained another 15 yards. Line out to Jyväskylä right about the 22. This last 10 minutes, the phases have been like a little sloppy and all over, a little frantic on both sides. I think it'd be helpful for each team if they could settle down a little bit and kind of focus on their game plan a little bit and not try so hard to do so much. A lot of mistakes happen when you try and force it. So here's their throw. Looks like second jumper. Yep. Yeah. Oh, stolen. Johannes with the ball on the floor. Ball out weak. Oh, nice step in. The ref says roll away green. Clean ball. Johannes gains a couple meters of heart rate. Oh, nice offload. Nice. Another 10 meters. Ball's out again.
I think we need to find Pierre there. He was telling Julian, who is deaf, to get down. So that's definitely a huge find in Aussie Bar later as Dumpy takes the ball forward. He's through. Oh, stopped just on the 22 by about 3 players, but now quick ball out to the blind side. Pierre takes it forward, then now it's out to Krabby. It was around the corner. It's around the corner, and Krabby in for a try under the post. Izzy got to give the ball to you, not this time. So Jack took a try for himself this time. So one for you, one for me, exactly. And it's a very kickable position for Dumpy as well.
So that was an interesting play. Scrum half held onto the ball for a little bit, ran sideways for a little bit. Frankly, squandered a little bit of opportunity in delaying the decision to get the ball out, and yet did get it cleanly to Krabby on the outside, who had enough pace and space to work with to race down the sideline and then cut in and ground the ball fairly close to under the post. So a little farther out for Tumpy here, but pretty makeable in spite of the wind. Is that across the front? Oh, that's through.
So now we're looking at 73-0 after that try. 48 points for Tumpy. And strong Warriors performance. That was really good delay play by Pierre as the scrum half. He could have played it quickly, but Jyväskylä would have been up on the faces of the defence, so he delays the pass out until Krabby can get through and have an overlap, and Jyväskylä are just outnumbered out wide there.
Okay, so we're going to restart. We think there's 15 or 20 minutes left. So here's the kick. Nice high kick. Oh, Tim Gilbert with a pretty good take. Oh, nice run through. Nice step. Ooh, nearly stolen, but not quite. Pass was a little high by Pierre. Ball's out again to the backs. Tumpy with the ball. Oh, nice offload. Another nice offload to Krabby. Still got help outside. Ooh, the pass didn't quite make it all the way to the wing. It looks like it. Still Warriors ball. Hard to see on the far side of the pitch there. Ben Anderson slicing up, slicing through. He's fast. He's strong. Oh, beautiful offload. One more try. So Tumps can hit 50 if he makes this conversion.
Yes, this kick is for 50. Good try by Matthias there, but we have to give the work for Ben there. Breaks the line, breaks about 4 tackles, pops up a pass, and Matthias just has easy runnings right under the post. Current score after that try is 78-0 for Warriors. This try would make it 80. Or this conversion, Tumpy decided to drop kick it, and it's 80-0, his 50th point of the game.
And since it's all about finding Tumpy today, I feel like drop kick's kind of showing off. So like that's another find. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I fully agree with this.
Yeah. So a lot of interesting play there. Ben was able to really do a strong run, break a couple tackles, and on his way to the ground with a much larger player all over him, he still found a way to pop that ball up perfectly for the on-running support player and give Matthias just an easy walk-in under the posts. Well done for Matthias for being there in support, but a brilliant pass under difficult circumstances by Ben Anderson. Juho with the big rumbling run. Don't try and tackle him high. He's going to get 30 meters on you. That's just what he did. Did lose the ball there. Jyväskylä's got the ball. Pick and go. Yep, quick ball out to the right-hand side. Another crash play.
I think what's impressive here, I don't know if you can pick it up or anything, but Warriors have an 80-point lead and they're still hustling. They're still forcing themselves to tackle. They're not taking it easy at all. And that's what's been the difference. Warriors have just been on it the whole time. They're not taking it easy at all.
Similarly, Jyväskylä has got a lot of fight in him right now. This is a spirited series of phases. They keep driving the ball, Penalty coming to Jyväskylä. Looked like a high tackle. I think that was like a bit of a seatbelt. So it's a high tackle. That's the right call. It wasn't particularly serious or egregious. It just was, bad body positioning. Oh, tap and go. Nice offload to the sideline. The fullbacks had some nice runs today, too. Out to touch. Kind of ran out of space there. On defense, oftentimes you use the sideline as an extra defender. You push people towards the sidelines and eventually out. So if the Warriors can get a clean line out here, they can get out of jail. They're a little bit in front of their 22. This is the best field position that Jyväskylä, I think, has seen this half. Nice sustained attack there just now.
It's now gotten to the point that Tumpy's taking the lineouts as well. But see how the lineup goes. Right down the middle. Good line out. Taking the maul. Vironen takes it out, gives it to Pierre. And he just bobbles it forward. But Jyväskylä now have a very good attacking position on the 22. Quick ball and advantage. Oh, and there's a gap in the middle of the ruck. The 9 out of position. Obviously, Pierre was involved there. Ball tries to go wide, and they actually make it off, even though there was a blitz attack or a blitz defense coming. And they switch the play down the middle, and it's knocked forward or dropped down, and Warriors have the ball. Ben now has space. He gives it to Tumpy. Tumpy chips over. Player in the way, but Pierre is out of space. He'll kick it forward. He kicked it too far. That's a fine.
So a couple different things happened there. Tumpy chipped the ball forward, and a defender was square in his way. There was a lot of contact there, but it was essentially unavoidable. No harm, no foul. Big hit. Tumps delivered a lot more than he received there, so the Jyväskylä fullback ended up flat on the ground there for a second. and Tom stopped to help pick him up, clearly to say nothing intended in the content.
Yeah, well, when you take a kick like that, obviously momentum is with you and you can't really stop. And if someone's holding up like a wall, you're just going to keep going through them. Uvasta with the line out tipped down, but now they're going to try and play it off their own liner. It's risky, but it's clean take. Now, Warriors have stolen it. Johannes takes it out of the ruck. He's been a little pesky yoga Jesus today in the ruck, but now the ball clearly goes wide. Dumpy with a skip pass over to Matthias. Matthias out to Krabi. Krabi out to Jiri. And can Jiri get over for the try? Jiri in the corner. That's another try. His second try of the day. And this one wasn't gifted to him. This one was really well earned, good support. All started with the steal in the ruck by Johannes. Very good steal and good yardage made from the ensuing run. Dumpy gets the ball, skip pass out to Matthias, and then it's just back play until Jiri can finish it off. Dumpy now has a tough task to finish this over the bar from, I'd say with the angle and everything, you're looking 30 meters, but with irregular wind, it's a difficult kick.
Yeah, that whole series of play happened because Johannes was able to jackal the ball. I think he's at somewhere between 6 and 8 steals where he just got to the breakdown faster, stayed on his feet, and was able to either get his hands on the ball that the defender held on to and earn a penalty, or just flat out steal the thing when the player released it as they're required to do. He's got at least 6. He might have quite a few more than that. He is the pilferer, the thief, stealing opportunities from his opponents all day long. As he stands with a croquettish pose, waiting for the ball.
But this has just been absolutely clinical from the Warriors today. This is like, you never come into a game expecting anything like this would happen, but Warriors have kept going. Even when the score was clearly in their favor, they decided to tick a few more points over. And the ball goes wide to Jiri again, who takes a step inside. That's very smart play from him, because if he starts to keep going on the line, he's pushed out, but he takes a step inside. Pierre takes a box kick into the 22. Krabi's running onto it. This is going to be a race to get to it. It stays in play, and Krabi forces a knock on. So Warriors will get the input to the scrum. Oh, well, the ball's still alive. Joha just pushes a guy 10 meters back, and he scores a try. So Joha gets his second of the game, and it's currently now 90 points to 0 for Warriors.
So that was a really interesting series of decisions. Long, low box kick. The ball rolled forward. Defender was a little bit out of position, had to go back for it. Awful lot of hustle, awful lot of pace, running hard on the ball. Krabi was able to put pressure on the guy trying to, pick up that ball and get out of trouble. He was all by himself. There was a quick knock on and enough support with the Warriors to pick that ball up and advance it. And Juha just made it, again, another powerful run. Fended off a defender with a big stiff arm, and was able to keep his pace, keep his feet, and get that last 10, 12 meters across the try line. His second for the day. So our try scores there: Matthias, Juha, Tumpy again and again, Krabi, as well as Jiri.
I have the list here. So Oxley has 1 try, Jiri has 2 tries, Tumpy has 6, Antilami has 1, and Joha has 2. I'm just making sure no one else has any. And Matthias has a try. And there's been countless conversions. That ball just went to 10, right to Ben on the sideline. Good coverage on the ruck there. Now Pierre can get the ball out to Matthias, Matthias has gone into de facto 10 there. And good offload by Tim Hood to hit Johannes, who's going to hit that defender with pace with an offload to Matthias, who finds the gap. Really good gap to find as well. Just needs the support with him, and support's there. Pierre's going to hopefully get the ball out to Julian. Julian offloads it to Heikki, who gives it to Tumpy. Tumpy's going to use his magic feet again and dance inside. Now he's going to throw it out to Lammi. Lammi gets a pass to Krabby. He had to gather it, and that pass just drops forward, but Jiri gathers it. And that's full time. So Warriors have beaten Jyväskylä at 90 points to 0. Honestly, a really great performance from the Warriors there today. Clinical throughout. And Jyväskylä just were really hard done by. They had a really strong scrum, but Warriors just pounced on any mistake they made or any gap they could see. Obviously, man of the match, we have to say Tumpy for his 50 points. But I would like to give a special mention, I think, for Johannes, who was a pain in the ruck today. So I'd say Tumpy is the backs man of the match and Johannes is the forwards man of the match.
No arguments with either of those calls. Excellent work rate from everyone. Also, really should say that Jyväskylä had an awful lot of fight in them today. They didn't give up. This is a tough game, and it can be dispiriting when the scoreboard has numbers like this on them. But they kept their heads up, and they kept working. They didn't have any subs. That definitely showed at the end. Well done for their tremendous effort. And they should keep their heads up. Tough day for them, but they played hard. Good, clean game. And hopefully they can move forward and improve next week.
Obviously, now the game's over, so people will be heading down to the Lazy Fox for some food. And after the Lazy Fox, head down to Aussie Bar, where a very good third half, I think, will be had today in the blistering heat. So let's get down to Aussie Bar and Lazy Fox after this.
Yeah, thirsty work in the booth here today. So much good stuff to talk about. So Tony and I will sign off at this point, and we'll see you next time.